Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is day 20 of the Karen Reed case, and it is Wednesday, May 21st. Yes, we're just off by a day now, which is going to be really confusing until the weekend, and then we will resume. So we are here waiting for the prosecution's next witness, and it seemed that they were going to be calling a witness out of order this morning based on reports from yesterday, because they told the scientific witness that was on the stand from the trace department of the lab to come back later in the day because they were going to call a witness out of order. Well, court has gotten off to a later start. I haven't even turned my lights on yet. Why? Because court has kerfuffling. So here's what's going to be really annoying. We're not going to have answers just yet. We're going to take a look at what's going on in court. Court is not underway on the record. We're going to take a look at what's going on. We're going to talk about, what's going on. And then we're not going to know. We're just not going to know. And that's going to be really annoying and frustrating. But hang in there, because we can, we can take a look at what is going on in court and what that could mean. But we're not going to have answers. We're going to want answers. We're not going to have answers. So I've got coffee. Let me know what you're drinking, where you're coming in from. We're going to see what popped off in court this morning, because court was on the only fan. It's not even spinning this morning. They didn't even turn her on. It's too early for this. And then Leonard's, I owe you an apology, but we're going to get there in a minute. So hang out. Let's roll the intro. Let's see what has popped off today. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. So, law nerds, I know the mods are probably losing their minds trying to wrangle spoilers because, social media is what it is, and court has started this morning. So we started with a fan that is not even spinning. And then, Emily, do we have audio going to where it needs to go? No. Why? Because streaming is dynamic. It's like when you run all the production, it just sometimes... Well, I was on a Zoom call last night and I moved where the audio goes. I forgot to move it back, so.
You are unmuted.
Mention it all. All
right, could I see counsel at Sidebar, please?
So the court comes in with all of her trial notes, notebooks, and whatever, and takes all the lawyers to Sidebar. Immediately to Sidebar. Just, does that happen sometimes? Yeah, it does, but immediately to Sidebar, which indicates to me the lawyers don't yet know whatever is going on. The lawyers are not yet aware. So we do see some jackets in the courtroom. Everyone said it was cold in Boston. I know, but the fan just wants to be free. Just want to be free. So now we are in court. I'm going to zoom past their sidebar. It is going to be a bit of a sidebar. Like it is a...
So let's bring the jurors in, please.
It is a sidebar. They're going to bring in the jurors after they've talked to all of the attorneys. The court has all of her trial stuff ready. So everybody's ready for trial. Which, great. Everybody's ready for trial. And, well... We're going to see if the court puts anything else on the record. Because, there's lots of conversation going on with the lawyers. And between the lawyers. No one is sitting down.
All right, so the court, jurors entering.
Jurors are coming in. Great. Jurors are coming in. Also, I know it is hard to not speculate. We're going to watch it play out. I know it's hard. We're going to watch it play out.
Good morning, jurors. So, an issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at Sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually, and the process may take The cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether we clear the court. No filming. All right, send you back, and we'll go back. Thank you very much.
Court will rise, please.
All right, now I'll see counsel.
Leonard, I'm also going to ask you not to speculate, because if you like being in our chat and you want to stay, don't worry. Speculation will remove that possibility today. Because why? Because I am asking you not to speculate. The court is asking them not to speculate. I am asking you not to speculate. Thank you. Let's play it again what the court said. Let's play again what the court said.
So,
But thank you.
the issue has come to my
It won't even be the mods that eat you today. It'll just be me, because I appreciate it. An issue has come up. An issue has come up.
Good morning, jurors.
We will learn what that issue is at some point. We're not going to learn today.
My attention that it is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at Sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually. And the process may take time. The cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether we clear the court. No filming.
They're going to clear the courtroom.
Send you back.
No filming. They're going to send all the jurors back. And we are going to be on
Now I'll
break.
see counsel.
They are going to talk to 18 jurors individually. Why would that happen? Well, probably because, and again, this is based on what often happens in courts. And why would you need to talk to each of the 18 jurors individually? If one of the jurors said something, that's when you're going to see, the court wanting to talk to each juror individually. So if one of the jurors came to the court and said XYZ, that is why the court would talk to all of the jurors. What is that about? Oh, good. We get to start blocking people. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Mods, I got it. Let me do it. I got it. There we go. I don't always get to do it. Yay. Something has come up and they want to talk to the jurors. What that is, we don't know. It is likely brought up by another juror. Why? Because if it wasn't brought up by another juror and the lawyers brought it to the court's attention, the lawyers would not be caught off guard going to Sidebar. So if a juror said, hey, somebody asked me in the jury room if I liked the way Alan Jackson asked questions, that could require you to talk to all the lawyers. It could be as innocuous as that. We found out last trial what it was when this came up. We will find out again. Will we find out today? We will not find out today. Will we find out at some point? We will find that at some point. So they are going to talk to the jurors individually, and we're going to have to wait to see what the jurors do. So we are going to hang out. It could literally be anything. It could literally be anything. So it could. Lacey said, what happens if a juror falls asleep during trial? Normally the bailiff would bring it to the court's attention. The court would talk to the jurors about it. And if that happens, they could talk to the jurors about it and ask if there is something medical going on. They would talk to jurors individually about that. If it impacts other jurors, it could be if a juror made a face and it might impact other jurors. It could be literally anything that they need to discuss with the jury. Could be anything. So, and it could be as innocuous as if there was a juror that was having something going on that was brought to the court's attention, they might talk to each juror about it. So it could be just that. We've had to talk to jurors when we were doing a car accident case and a juror got in a car accident on the way to court and was talking to the other jurors about it. But could that influence the other jurors in the course of the trial that we're doing if somebody got in a car accident and had talked to them about it? It's not talking to them about the case we were trying, but we had to talk to every single juror. Emily, when else have you had to talk to all the jurors? I'm so glad you asked. Some of you know exactly where this is going. Emily, when were you in trial and had to have every single juror come in and be questioned individually. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Well, I was in trial in one of my OG courthouses, and the judges and the lawyers were at war. Not a literal war, a figurative power struggle over the back hallways. We were over the back hallways. Yes, did I channel Elise Myers? Yes. Am I as good? No. Do I try? Yes. And we'll get the long version today because fan. And there was a battle going on about the back hallway. And, oh, Miguelina, will you let the app crew know that the court is talking to all the jurors and court hasn't started yet? Thank you. The app crew's probably like, WTF, did you forget about us? No. So the judges and the lawyers were fighting over the back bathrooms, probably because there were some lawyers, I will never name names, who would use the jury room bathrooms to deliberate. Because otherwise, you had office bathrooms that everyone could, just walk into. And some days during court, you need a private bathroom. The jury rooms each had individual bathrooms. And if there was a court that wasn't in session with a jury, would the lawyers use the jury room bathroom for their personal business? Did that become an issue? Apparently so. The judges have their own chambers and their own bathrooms, but they were not happy, maybe with the lawyers that worked in the building, using the jury room bathrooms to deliberate. So there was a fight over the back hallway. In the same time that this was going on, there had been an issue with judges wanting attorneys to be everywhere at once, and there had been a kerfuffle between two of the judges in the back hallway that had gotten very loud, and you could hear it in the courtrooms because the courtroom doors from the hallway were open, so you could hear the judges yelling at each other. But also there were attorneys back there because it was faster to get back and forth to court using the back elevators in the back hallway. And the judges had gotten into a bit of a fight over where one of the attorneys is, which resulted in one judge yelling at the other judge, "Why don't you get on a chair and fight me then?" Which did not go over well with the judges that all worked on that hallway, but the attorneys thought it was hilarious because it was hilarious. Hilarious. Emily, why does your workplace sound like Grey's Anatomy? Because it is. Because it is. Because it is. It's Grey's Anatomy. Emily, with everyone sleeping. Yes, it's Grey's Anatomy. And it's a lot. It's a lot. So there was a lot going on in the back hallways at this particular courthouse. And the judges and the new site judge did not want the lawyers in the back hallway. Tammy said with McSteamy, look, I swear to you, one of the law enforcement in Southern California that I worked for at the time was just going to like Abercrombie and being like, "Hey, are you interested in law enforcement?" So yes with McSteamy. Mm-hmm. I won't talk more about that because my poor husband was just like, "What is happening?" I'm like, "Dude, I don't know." He's like, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to I don't know. They're all just hot. I don't know. All of them, men, women, all of them. They're all hot. All of them. All of them are hot. I don't know. So we weren't allowed to use the back hallways. And with not being allowed to use the back hallways, when you were waiting for court to open in a jury trial, guess who's also in the hallway? The jurors. And to everyone just coming in, why is the fan not spinning? Because they didn't turn it on today. What is going on? The court is talking to the jurors. We should probably pin a comment, Miguelina, that court is at Sidebar with the jurors. So we have to wait to get into the courtroom, and you know how I am with time. But if there's a jury waiting, Emily's going to be on time. It's the only time Emily's going to be on time, but Emily's going to be on time, mostly because I'm going to assume that I need to be there 45 minutes before I need to be there, so I'll actually be on time. So we had to wait in the hallway for the courtroom to open. We couldn't just go in the back like we had normally done, go in the back hallway and then go sit in the courtroom where we are separate from the jurors. I was not late to trial on purpose, and I was sometimes late to court, but I was not late to trial on purpose. That's a different story. And it absolutely wasn't my fault. Did I get yelled at anyway? Yep. Was it my fault? No. Objectively not my fault. So we had to wait in the hallway, and the jurors had to wait in the hallway. So we were waiting in the hallway, myself, the defense attorney, and the jury. And we were waiting down from the courtroom doors a little bit because you can't wait with the jurors. And one of the jurors walked up to me and started talking. And I said, I can't talk to you, which is probably more than you're even supposed to say to a juror. But I said, I can't talk to you because the juror started talking to me. Like, I can't talk to you. And I was like backing away immediately. The defense attorney is standing there and just starts smiling. And the juror does not stop talking. Was I trying to walk away? Yes, I was trying to walk away. Was it the most awkward shit that has ever happened in my life? Close to it, because I can't talk to you. And when you're not supposed to talk to jurors, even saying I can't talk to you is still talking to jurors. And then it's like, what the fuck do? You're just like, don't talk to me. And they're told every single day, don't talk to the lawyers. Don't talk to anyone involved in the case. And this is why we told the site judge not being able to come into the courtroom through the back hallway is a fucking problem. Because if you're standing out in the hallway with all the jurors, someone inevitably is going to be, well, this dude who wanted to let me know that I was an amazing and wonderful woman and wanted to know if I would like to go out after the trial was done. We were in the middle of trial. We were in the middle of my case in chief in trial. What I don't want is a date. Also, married. So I had the defense attorney, by the way, thought this was the funniest shit that they had ever seen. The defense was so amused. The defense was so amused. The defense thought it was amazing. I was mortified. Because I am trying to maintain my ethical duties as an attorney and a younger attorney, and I'm going to have to report this to the court. I have to tell the court. I have to tell the court everything that just happened. And the court is going to have to question every single juror about whether they overheard this conversation and whether it changed their opinion. And if they did overhear this juror and it somehow changed their opinion and we lose too many jurors, it is going to be a mistrial. So I was not amused. I was very stressed. It had taken a minute. Shocking. Not everybody who witnesses a crime wants to come to court. It had taken a minute to find everybody. I had found everybody. And I'm like, if this mistries, I am going to be so fucking pissed. And I was so anxious that the judge was going to yell at me like I had done something wrong, because in my mind, I'm like, you know, after that expert witness in this case, I need to give myself grace. But in my mind, I'm like, you're not even supposed to talk to the juries, and saying, sir, I can't talk to you, still might be too much for this judge. So the doors to the courtroom open and the defense attorney is grinning like a cat because this is the funniest shit that's happened in their week or month. They still tease me about it. And we had to go up to the court. Your Honor, we need to talk to the court before the jury comes in. The bailiff is like, why? Well, one of the jurors spoke to me. So the court comes out. The court reporter comes out. The bailiff is there. The defense attorney is there. They've got to bring the defendant in. The defendant is there. And we have to put on the record that a juror approached me outside of the courtroom, and what the juror said and what I said. And the judge looked at me and busted out laughing. I was worried I was going to get yelled at. I was like, I am in so much trouble. Everything is over. The judge just busted out laughing. And I was like, well, at least everyone is amused. So then we had to bring in every single juror and question them about whether or not they heard the conversation, including the juror that walked up to me and wanted to hang out after trial. And the court had to bring in every single juror. Was I mortified? 100%. I was so... Did my colleagues think it was the greatest shit that had ever happened? Yes. Yes. Yes, they did. My colleagues thought it was amazing. The defense attorneys, because they also all work together, thought it was amazing. Me, mortified. Absolutely mortified. Was that the only time someone tried to pick me up at that courthouse? No. I told you it's like Grey's Anatomy. It got worse somehow when I was pregnant. All the time. All the time. Did that juror get removed from the jury? Yep. And all of you asked, Emily, did you win that case? No. It was the one that I did not. And you know why? Because what the witnesses told law enforcement and what the witnesses came in and told the jury were not the same. So did I agree with it 100%? I'm like, yes. We wouldn't even be here if you had told law enforcement what you just told me now. Which is fine. It was the right result based on what they testified to. I'm like, those things aren't the same. Was it a super serious case? No, it wasn't. But what they all said in their police reports and what they all remembered on the stand, not the same at all. So, not the same at all. Not the same at all, which is probably why they didn't want to come to court. And we had to go find them. But it was it the appropriate result? 100%. After they testified, it was 100% the appropriate result. Yeah, it was fine. But I had some hung juries. But no, that was the one. It wasn't the only time that happened in one of my cases. It was the only time it happened during trial, though. But it happened again in one of my cases. Dakota said you've won all of your cases but one. The ones that went to trial, most cases plea out. Or you don't file them. But yeah, of the ones that went to trial, yes. There were some hung juries. Not many, but there were some hung juries. So, my first felony trial ever. I was with a lovely defense attorney. It was one of her first felony trials as well. The trial was a shit show. It was a shit show. It was just an absolute shit show. Did it need to go to trial? It needed to go to trial. Were the defense attorney and I both like, well, we'll see how this goes. Yes, we were. Yes, we were. My victim could not be found anywhere. And my victim was the victim of a robbery. Could not be found anywhere. So we were doing a no victim robbery with an eyewitness that had occurred in the early morning hours of the 5th of July. And my witness didn't show up to court the first day of trial, and law enforcement had to give them a ride to court and an overnight stay so that they would appear in court, which they were, well, a little less than pleased about, but eventually they were like, no, I get it. And my eyewitness had gone out drinking for the 4th of July all the time, just all. And then the bars had cut off my eyewitness, and they were like, there's not a chance, and there was nowhere else to go buy liquor. So as one might, my witness was like, I mean, if drinking's no longer on the table, we'll go find something else. And went to go find something else. And when they went to go find something else from the dealer, they witnessed the dealer robbing another customer with force. That other customer, we could not find to come to court. This witness, drinking and was going to buy narcotics. We get to trial. This witness was, incredibly honest and forthcoming. Just incredibly honest and forthcoming. I was like, oh no, I've been drinking all night. And I was pissed I couldn't drink more because I always drink all night. This was someone who was well familiar with substances, which is why when law enforcement showed up and was like, hey, you have court, they hid in their house. And we're like, I'm intoxicated and I don't want to go to court intoxicated, which is why they ended up staying with us overnight before they came to court. And then we're like, yeah, that was probably the right thing. So they were incredibly forthcoming. The cross-examination was extensive. The witness was incredibly forthcoming and heartfelt and had lived a difficult life. But at the end of the day, testified, I will never forget that. I have never seen anyone do that to someone else, and testified fairly graphically about the robbery that they had observed. And it came across as incredibly genuine. So at the end, we ask, do you see the person in court as you do with an eyewitness? Do you see the person in court who did XYZ? And they look around the courtroom and then look directly at my cop who's sitting next to me. The investigating officer looks at the investigating officer and goes, you were there. And the investigating officer is just sitting there and is like, am I about to be identified as the defendant? And then looks at the defense table and goes to me as I'm questioning the witness, is that supposed to be the guy? Dead ass. That's exact verbatim what they say. Is that supposed to be the guy? My question, do you see the person, details of robbery, in court? Looks at cop, you were there, looks to defense table and says, is that supposed to be the guy? And I said again, do you see the person in court who, facts of robbery, well, I think it's supposed to be that guy, but it doesn't look like that guy, pointing at the defendant. And the defense attorney at this point has to be just like, oh my God, is that supposed to be the guy? Nobody's supposed to be the guy. Do you see the person or not? I'm like, okay, so was it a guy? Yes. Can you describe the guy? Describe the guy. Do you see anyone in court matching that description? No. Okay. No victim. Drunk witness who was going to procure narcotics testified very honestly and did not ID the defendant in court. Cool. Things are going well. This is delightful. Court is a dynamic moment. The defense attorney gets up and does a very extensive cross-examination. I think she did a great cross-examination. And then I bring in my officer who was there that night, and we bring in the booking photos of the defendant. By the time The defendant who had been dealing and committed the robbery went to trial. He had probably gained about 45 pounds in custody and grown a beard and grown out his hair, which is not uncommon that people change their appearance in custody, e.g. Diddy. And so when they brought in the booking photo and said the booking photo is the person that is sitting in the court, we brought back in the victim, showed the victim the booking photo in court and said, is this the person you saw? Yes, this is the person I saw. I don't know who that guy is. So the booking photo, we connected through law enforcement to the person sitting in court. And what I appreciate is he didn't look like the guy. And the witness came across incredibly credible. That doesn't look like the guy. Like that guy has like a beard. He's like heavier. Like that doesn't look like the guy. So the witness was, I think, incredibly truthful, and the jury resonated with that. And then we're able to show the photos and just clear it up. Did the jury convict? Yes. But here's what happened next. Here's what happened next. The jurors in LA are given the opportunity to talk to the lawyers if they want to. And the defense attorney and I, you would normally go out into the hallway so jurors can leave if they want to. You don't want to like go trap them in the jury room if they don't want to talk to you, because some jurors are like, get me the fuck out of here. So normally the judges say, look, I will come and talk to you in the jury room. The lawyers will be waiting in the hallway. If you want to talk to them, you don't have to. And then you go wait in the hallway, and if people want to talk to you, they can after trial. And the defense attorney and I were chatting a little bit after trial. And I was saying, you know, it was a great cross-examination. Trial is, who knew? She's like, I mean, I believed your witness. I'm like, I believed him too. That's why we went to trial on this, but you can't make it up. She's like, I mean, he said he saw what he saw. And I'm like, he did. It just is. So we are still in the courtroom chatting a little bit. We got along quite well. I very much like this defense attorney. We're chatting in the courtroom, and one of the jurors, who ends up being the foreman from the jury, comes like bolting out of the jury room. Like just hot little feet right up to the defense attorney, and starts telling her how gorgeous she is, how much he enjoys her style, what a great job she did on cross-examination, how much he thinks she's amazing, and is just gushing over this defense attorney, and then tries to ask her out. That verdict came back in like 20 minutes. And we hadn't even left the courtroom before the verdict came. Like, we were still packing up our stuff when the verdict came back. And so you bring the jury in, you get the verdict. The court says the lawyers will be in the hallway if you want to talk to them, whatever. Go back in the jury room, get your stuff. I'll come back and dismiss you. The judge had barely dismissed the jury. And they were just like, this four-person was like, beeline. The defense attorney, fair, gorgeous. But sir, you came back with a guilty verdict as the four-person in like 15, 20 minutes and are trying to ask out the defense attorney. Sir, time and place. Also, she's engaged. To an attorney that works in this building, who I had a cell phone at the time, would have probably texted and be like, oh my God, you have to come up and sit in the gallery and see what's happening. You have to come up and sit in the gallery and see what's happening. So the four-person of the jury 100% asked out the defense attorney. What, moments after the verdict. Moments. And she was like, later on, she's like, what the fuck? I'm like, dude, I don't know. You are gorgeous. Why don't we just go to lunch? She's like, we should definitely just go to lunch. Just absolutely ridiculous. Did it make me chuckle though? Yes. And then when it happened to me, I was mortified. But did I chuckle? I 100% chuckled. It was a funny moment in court. Were there more funny moments in court? Yes. Yes. Is working in a courthouse like working in Grey's Anatomy? Yes. In the criminal courthouses in Los Angeles, the public defenders, the district attorneys, and oftentimes the alternate public defenders all have offices in the building. So all the lawyers that work in the building are in the building. The judges are in the building half the time. The judges that are in the building worked in your office and then became judges and are now like on the other side of the bench in a black robe. And you're just like, it was more fun when we all went to lunch together, Your Honor. But hi. So yeah, does everyone know each other? Yeah, they do. And are court cases wild? Yeah, they are. It is unpredictable. Unpredictable at best. Was it only us? No, the cops got asked out all the time. The thing I appreciated, at least about the men who would approach us and ask us out, is they were kind of a no-touchy group. The women, not always a no-touchy type of a group. Because women would sidle up to some of the attorneys in my office and try to hug them and stuff after trial and just be like, hi, no touchy. So was it only the women that were getting asked out? No. The male attorneys were getting asked out 100% too. Do I know at least 2 attorneys who married jurors? At least 2 who married jurors that were on their cases that asked them out after being on a trial with them. Yes. Yes. But at least the men weren't trying to like pet you, which I appreciate. Women definitely go up and pet men's like arms and stuff. That happened. The guys were just like, I just don't touching. What? With the touching. But yes, it happens all the time. Do you want to be touched when you are in court? No. No, you don't want to be touched while you're in court. Do you want to be touched by people you don't generally know? But of the people who were bridging the space barrier, it was the women. It was 100% the women. No touchy. No touchy. It happens. I mean, there was the one time I tripped and fell on a defendant. I didn't intend to that was not intentional. It was the pants. It was the pants. Anyone marry their client had a former coworker that crossed that boundary. I have seen that as well. But a lot of the drama was inter-office drama. There was inter-office drama. It was not always fun when it was my office drama. It was really fun when it was somebody else's office drama. When it was somebody else's office drama, it was like, ooh, shit's popping off at the public defender's office. What do you mean a grade 2 called her boss's wife at 3 a.m. to tell her that they were having an affair and shit was popping off in the office this very morning? Because do you know who loves to fucking gossip? Lawyers. Lawyers love to gossip. It's not really gossip. It's just sharing information. It's just sharing information. Do you know if a defendant ever hit on a prosecutor? That happened to me more than once. And it happened to a number of my coworkers. Yes. But oftentimes it's not genuine. It's not really hitting on you. It is trying to riz the DA. It is not a genuine. With the jurors, sometimes it's like, I'll shoot my shot. With defendants, it's like, hey, how about a better plea deal? It's not the same. It's definitely not the same. It's not the same. So not the same. But is working in a courthouse like working in a hospital? Yes. Yes. I also love drama that does not involve me. But yes. I remember Camille, Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, married her attorney. Yes. Is it weirder to me when somebody marries their attorney than if they marry like their therapist or something? I think it's less weird if somebody marries their attorney. Katrin said, I once had a bailiff try to herd me into court as a prospective juror when I was a witness. It got awkward. I can imagine that. I can imagine that. Do people hit on the bailiffs? Yes. Did we have some incredibly attractive bailiffs? Yes. So, BG Borda said, is this what the judge is talking to the jurors about? I doubt that any of the jurors hit on any of the attorneys, but it's possible. I mean, Brennan was in his 3-piece suit and, Alessi has been doing the cross of all the cross. And I don't know. Could it be? It could literally be anything. The judge is talking to each individual juror. It could be anything. And I have told you some of the stories to highlight that it could literally be anything. I was in a car. I was prosecuting a case that involved a vehicle collision. And one of the jurors had been in a vehicle collision. And we questioned the jurors because the jurors had been talking about it. And the defense was worried, like, maybe the jurors will be emotional about this juror that was in a collision. And maybe it will somehow impact this case, even though situations aren't the same. So there are lots of reasons jurors can be questioned. Will we find out today? Probably not. Will we find out another time? Maybe. I mean, yes. Also, lawyers and gangsters all trade in information. So, everybody kind of knows the tea. Can an attorney appear before a judge they are in a relationship with? No, they cannot. And in fact, depending on the circumstance, has to disclose said relationship, but no, they can't. Emily, what about lawyers? Even if they are really close friends, like if I was still in LA regularly, would I appear before Judge Abby in court as an attorney practicing in her courtroom? No, I wouldn't. We know each other too well. We are too friendly. We will not. Nope. So there are times when you have very, very good friends that you will also not appear before because you just know them too well. And that it happens and it just happens. So no. But no, if they are in a relationship, no, they won't. Even if they had a past relationship, they won't. Natalie said, are the jurors allowed to look up words they may not know, or is that considered research? I think it could be considered research. So no, if one of the jurors was like, I needed to Google mendacity, would that be considered research? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. So let's see. KPR said, my dad is a judge and my sister is a lawyer. Some of his judge friends recuse themselves from cases she's in just in case. Exactly. You rather be safe than have it appear to be improper. And sometimes it's just easier to be safe. So let's see. So all rise is completely wrong. Well, no, everybody does have to stand up, but it can be the title of a book of another genre. Emily, you've thought about this way too much. No. Emily, why are you adamant about chat not speculating? Don't mean to be dense, just wondering. Amanda, we'll talk about me reading comments as genuine because we don't know. We don't know. And the amount of misinformation that will start swirling, that will speculate all types of levels of nefarious and accusatory stuff. The judge is talking to the jurors about something. That is what we know. We do not know anything beyond that. I've tried to illustrate through the stories I've told you today about my own circumstances in court and others sharing their own circumstances in court that it literally could be anything. The thing is, I have already seen comments accusatory towards the judge, accusatory towards the attorneys, and accusatory towards the jurors. So speculation often leads directly to accusations. And this is not a chat where we accuse people of things when we don't know those things. And we don't know. It's frustrating to not know. And it is annoying to not know. I want to know too. And at some point we will know. But today we don't know. And so we're on the judge is talking to the jurors. It could be anything. And that's why I asked not to speculate. And then speculation will bring in what is said across social media elsewhere. So-and-so said XYZ. Okay. That's probably not accurate because the only people that are going to truly know what's going on is the court reporter, probably the bailiff, and the attorneys and the jurors. And none of those individuals are going to speak to us because there's a complete gag order. So we are not going to know. And it is annoying. But we'll find out at some point. So what is going on? The judge is talking to the jurors. At some point, we will find out what. Is it helpful to have wild rumors that are unfounded? No, it's not, especially when they turn nasty and accusatory. And this trial can turn, things that happen in this trial tend to turn nasty on social media quickly, and we're not going to do that here. So that's why it's not being dense. I also read comments as genuine, but I know from my experience on this channel that we have family members of witnesses, participants, sometimes jurors that watch this channel. We have family members of the lawyers involved in the cases that will often watch this channel. We have a lot of people that can be connected to the cases, whether you know it or not, that watch our channel because our chat is the best on the internet. We have family members of witnesses watch our chat because in other chats, people bully the witnesses. They talk about their looks, their weight, their height, their perceived sexuality, all of it. And it's gross. They're a witness in a case. We can talk about what they testified to, but we're not going to mock them. So it's how I do things. I wait until I have multiple sources to tell you what something is. And so there's a lot of things it could be. And because there are too many things it could be, there's too many things it could be. And we'll just let it go. But because things can turn accusatory very quickly, we don't. And when I say that I read things as genuine, I do. Let's see. I'm behind, but do we think the court is talking to the jury because someone asked Alessi out to dinner? If we're going to speculate, I will allow only that. It is because the jurors are standing Alessi. We'll just go with that. We'll just go with that. Brandy Cat said, thank you for that, Emily. I had a family member with a televised case a few years ago and the comments gutted us. Right. I think there's fair criticism of witness testimony that can be done without criticizing the individual. Do I have a lot of smoke for the last expert that testified? Yes, I do. And you know how I feel about it. I told you, I don't like it. I don't like misrepresenting in various places a level of education. But does that mean we're going to name call? No, I don't like the behavior. And we can talk about the testimony and we can agree or disagree with the testimony, but we're not going to attack people. These are cases with real individuals involved. And I have had participants in cases reach out to me. We're not going to name them. I have had family members of victims come up to me publicly and digitally and talk about the case. I've had witnesses in cases we've covered reach out to me. We know that people are watching, and it is fair to be mindful that people deserve to be treated with dignity and that we will do the best we can. Even when shit is ridiculous, we will do that because it's fair. With the lawyers and the experts, am I a little looser on that rule? Yeah. Why? Well, the lawyers know better. So when I'm yelling at Alan Jackson like you know better, he's going to shoot a shot on some of the questions that he knows are improper. The lawyers choose to be there. The paid experts choose to be there. The defendant sometimes chose their action, sometimes not, but they didn't choose to be there. Law enforcement chose for them to be there. The victims and witnesses don't choose to be there. They just happened to be in the place where they were when the thing happened. They don't choose to be there. So we listen to their testimony. And a lot of like the scientific witnesses are just doing their job. Hey, I got a job. I did a thing. This is it. So that's where we're at. Let's see. Maddie Schwartz was talking about the Baldwin case. There was a whole afternoon of everyone saying there's a plea deal, there's a plea deal, there's a plea deal. And I'm like, we don't know what's going on. We're going to wait and find out. And guess what? We waited and found out. And then all of us were just like, I didn't realize there was speculation about the resume of the witness Burgess on social media a couple days before that happened in court. I had no idea because I don't go looking at social about this case because I'd rather be surprised. I just rather be surprised. So there were court reporters on X that says they've been there since the beginning of the morning and they don't know anything. Yeah, all we know is the jurors are being interviewed and that's all we will probably know. But, law nerds, I do owe you, I'm going to hold on to this question. We're going to just answer, are we just going to have a members only live right now, basically? And I'm going to answer questions. We're waiting for for court to happen. We're still on real-time court. This fan, we are actually watching real court. The fan's not even spinning. How do we know what's happening? I don't know. The fan's not even spinning, but we are in court. The court is interviewing each juror individually. Literally could be anything. We'll find out at some point. If a juror gets excused, we'll know. But I also owe you a explanation. So for all of you who are like, wait, I'm not a member. No, I'm joking. We're doing a public members only. We're just going to treat it like a members only, but it's live. All of you have great questions, so we're just going to answer questions. What happened with the jurors? They are being questioned by the judge one-on-one. Michelle asked, is she interviewing them privately? No, she's not interviewing them privately. All of the jurors are being interviewed one by one at Sidebar. It will be the judge, the court reporter, and the lawyers for both sides, and probably Karen Reed. Grass folks said, can you ping us on the app when something new happens? Yes. For all of you that have the app and are like, girl, this is my moment. I'm going to get the laundry done. I'm going to get the dishes done. I'm going to send those emails. I'm going to get 30 minutes of work done. Go. This is going to take a minute. I will 100% let you know when court is back on the record or if it's not. 100% will let you know. How long does a sidebar take when a judge has to talk to the jurors? It depends on what the situation is. When we had to sidebar because a juror decided that I was an amazing woman that needed to be asked to dinner, the questioning of that juror who spoke to me took a minute. And the questioning of the other jurors, like, did you hear anything or see anything? Does it affect your ability to sit on this case? Was pretty quick because the jurors were like, something happened. And then the jurors were like, something happened. So it really just depends on what the circumstance is. It could be something, it could be anything. We've had juror family members pass away during a trial. If a juror family member passed away during a trial, could that be something that the judge needs to talk to people about if the jurors are emotional about it? Yeah, it could. It could. There's a lot of things. Literally, the possibilities are endless. Dawn asked, Emily, do we have Linda handy? Okay, Linda has to stay for the members only. Linda has to stay. Lisa S says, how unusual is this to happen in both trials though? It's not unusual to be. No, it is a high profile case. Does it surprise me that something might happen? No, it doesn't. It's a high profile case and everyone is going to be on high alert. Do you remember the Cardi B defamation case in Georgia? All the jurors had to be interviewed when one of the jurors said it was Cardi B sued a YouTuber for defamation and won, and is still fighting over payment. While they were going through it, part of the case is damages, and part of that is going through YouTube and how much the YouTuber who was being sued was making, how many views they were getting, etc. So at lunch, one of the jurors said to the other juror, oh my God, can you believe all that like YouTube stuff? Which I understand for people who aren't familiar with YouTube. Sitting there going through how much money a YouTube channel that's getting millions and millions of views can make on VODs might be surprising. Some people still, I don't think, understand that YouTube actually is a legitimate business and makes money. And people are just like, what? That was the conversation between the jurors. Hey, can you believe like all that YouTube stuff? And the juror said, I think she's talking to me about the case, and went and told the judge. And then all the jurors had to be interviewed. And that juror that was talking about it was removed. I don't remember if both of them were, but the juror who brought it up was removed. And I'm sure the juror that brought it up was like, I didn't think I was talking about the case. It's just like, that's fucking crazy. Like, people make money on YouTube. Like, I'm sure the juror didn't think that they were talking about the facts of the case, but they were talking about testimony that had happened. And so it was one of those cautious things, right? So, Andrea said, what did he say when questioned about asking you out? He just said what he said. And the judge is like, but I told you not to talk to the lawyers. And he's like, I thought it was about we can't talk to the lawyers about the case. I didn't think you couldn't talk to the lawyers, like, period. So, Tamar said, can you say no to being a witness? Oh, it very much depends on circumstance and situation. But sometimes if you are subpoenaed and supposed to be a witness, they will come and give you a ride to court. And if you refuse to testify, you can be held in contempt. So it depends on the circumstance. If you are in 2 different states, talk to an attorney if you don't want to be a witness. If you're in the same state, good luck with that. But chat, we have to talk about something else. Because I have told you that my general approach to interneting is to take things as genuine. I am very neurospicy. I've learned that my ADHD brain, let me know if this is you too, my ADHD brain sometimes is a dick. And it just will, well, sometimes it's a 13-year-old and sometimes it's just an asshole. And sometimes the brain will read things as snarky. It will read things in the negative, even if they're not necessarily negative. So when I internet, I say, okay, I'm going to read things as genuine. I'm going to read things as genuine. And it's something I talk to the mods about too. And it is hard when you are tired. It is hard when cases are long. And it is hard when you cannot tell. Because sometimes it's like, are you snarking at me or are you genuinely asking a question? What I love is most of the law nerds are also neurospicy and are like genuine question. So most of the time, I just assume and read things as genuine. It took some time to train my brain to read things as genuine. I'm like, I'm going to read this as a genuine question. Sometimes that is hard because internet and my brain will read things as negative. And I'm like, no. So yesterday, law nerds, there was a super chat at the end of the day. And I tend to be cautious with super chats because, well, all of you remember the trial where we were trolled by Jesus. Maybe some of you don't, but that was the day. We actually pulled up a chat and I was like, somebody is just literally purporting to be Jesus Christ. And obviously we know that that is not true. But there was a super chat at the end of the day. How many of you remember? And I broke my rule. Law nerds, I broke my rule. And I did not read, well, I gave a caveat. I read it as genuine because it was a very kind super chat. And I read it as genuine. And I also gave a caveat from the very kind super chat from John Stamos. Because look, even when Sir Mix-a-Lot was in the chat originally, I was just like, no. But that happens when it's I, Justine, and Bailey Sarian, and we have been trolled by like 5 different versions of Mr. Beast. And there are times that people will change their screen name to come in and pretend that they're jurors or witnesses or whatever in a case. So every now and then I'm a little cautious. And so I gave a caveat yesterday when John Stamos joined us in the chat with the very, very kind super chat. So chat, yes. Hello, John Stamos. And thank you for being in the chat. And thank you for saying hello on other platforms. And yes, chat, actual John Stamos, not fake John Stamos. So for all of you that were like, wait, were we in the chat yesterday with John Stamos? Yes, you were. Yes, you were. It was actually him. Yes. So I appreciate that. I really try to read things as genuine, and I broke my own rule. And I apologize. I apologize to the law nerds because there were 50,000 of you that were losing your shit. So law nerds, we talk about this channel being the best place on the internet to watch trial because you never know who's going to stop by. And yesterday, yes, for everyone in the chat who said yesterday we had a full house, we did. So it's good to see you, John. It's good to see your sister. The mods are probably like, wait, what? Yes. Yes. It's, sometimes we're overly cautious when we don't need to be. So yes, chat, it was. So how did I reach out? Because he reached out. So that is how. So yes, it was very kind. I just figure we sit on our little corner of the internet like law nerds and nobody knows what we do. And then after cases, occasionally celebrities will reach out and just be like, oh my God, I love your coverage. I'm like, why are you watching my YouTube channel? I'm going to hide. Michelle in the chat said, how rude. You got it, dude. Thank you. Thank you. So chat, yes, it was. Yes, it was. So all of you are just like, yes, it was. Yes. So, thank you, chat. All the chat said we'll allow it. I know. So yes, we'll allow it. And I just try to be overly cautious. It happens to me all the time because I'm just like, really? And you would be surprised. Maybe you wouldn't be because John Stamos, hi. You would be surprised at the folks who have reached out after a trial and are like, oh my God, I'm obsessed with this trial. So for everyone that's also obsessed with this trial and you have no one to talk about it and you're here talking about it with the law nerds, hi. Also, I will never share what we talk about. We're all good because it is what it is. So yes, if another fake Mr. Beast comes back in though, I'm going to break my rule again and be like, that is a fake Mr. Beast. There's not a chance that anyone on Mr. Beast, well, no, that's not true. Mr. Beast team, yes. Mr. Beast, no. And all the other streamers like hang out on Twitch so they don't wander by. It's the YouTubers that wander by. For all of you who are just like, what happened? It's timestamped on yesterday's video. That's timestamped on yesterday's video. So we're still waiting for court to start. The fan's not even fanning. Like the fan's literally not even fanning. And we're hanging out. I'm going to answer some more questions. And CW said, hi, just popped in. Was there any live court yet? The court is interviewing each juror individually at sidebar with the attorneys. Because, well, per the court, an issue has come up. And Judge Canoni says she needs to speak to the jurors individually because an issue has come up. And they cleared the entire courtroom. So the reporters that are present in court said that the court cleared everyone out of the courtroom. Security moved everyone to the second floor, and no one is waiting outside the courtroom. So no one knows what is happening. And we don't know what is happening. We just don't know. Yeah. My cats are really disappointed with the still fan. I know. I'm disappointed with the still fan too. I kind of hate it. At least we know it's working when the fan is spinning. We have no idea. Emily, are you tempted to just bust out like Scotty doesn't know to like bring the chat up to speed on that meme? Yes. I'm not sure if I'll get yeeted or not, but yes, I'm always surprised. And yes, there are times people are like, Emily, so-and-so follows you on whatever platform. I don't always catch it, and I don't always know, unless they are members of the Dave Matthews Band, and then I clock it immediately. So, hey, to the members of the Dave Matthews Band that are also obsessed with this trial. I am so ready for summer tour. I cannot wait. I will see. I will see you in South Carolina. So can we test StreamYard songs? Miguelina said, can we test the new music that we put in the chat? Yes. Let me answer some questions and we can test some of the music. Sarah said, Emily, I'm new here and I have a question. What is going to happen if this is going to end up being another mistrial? I don't even want to speak that into existence because I think everybody needs this case to have a final resolution so that people can move on. However, it can be retried again. If there's another mistrial, it can be retried again. So Annie Elise, good to see you in the chat. Annie Elise is also in court today, said we're going back in. That's good to know. Thank you. Well, if you have any other updates, you don't have to super chat them. If you have any other updates, pop in and the mods will grab it. Thank you so much. Good to know that you guys are going back in. I appreciate it. So we're gonna we're waiting for the OnlyFan to keep spinning. Scott said, will Karen Reed be at the sidebar conferences? She should be. She has every right to be at the sidebar. And Scott, come on. If you're Karen Reed, don't you want to know exactly what's going on with all the jurors and look at them and see how they look at you? I would. 100% I'd want to be there. Though, if they do it, if the courtroom is emptied, They might question the jurors, because I've had cases where we question the jury if the jurors need to be questioned on the witness stand. And if no one else is in court, they might have done it that way so everybody wasn't in such close quarters. So they might have done it that way so there's not a sidebar, but yeah. So I appreciate getting the heads up from Annie. And let's see. Well, so hello to Annie. Hello to John Stamos. Hello to John's sister. I'm not going to talk about how excited I get when I see EDB in the Ryan Hall y'all chat. I'm not going to tell you how not excited I get when Ryan Hall says where I live and says things like, the storm we're most concerned about right now is Franklin, Tennessee. I'm like, well, fuck. And then giant hunks of ice were flying out of the sky yesterday. Look, man, I'm a Californian. I am more used to the Pacific Ocean trying to kill you, traffic, the occasional shooting, riots, fires, earthquakes. Giant chunks of ice hurling from the sky is not something that is normally within my purview. And yesterday, I saw a wiggle. The fan wiggled. I was not prepared for it. Are we fine? Yes, we're fine. Was I prepared? No, I wasn't. Did I? Oh, we might have sound. I see the closed captioning picking something up. I don't hear it, but closed captioning is picking something up. So hopefully we're back in just a minute. And it gets unmuted in just a minute, but I was not prepared. However, Dr. B was at work. T was home, so I was able to put T's car in the garage. So we were fine. It was fine. So, chat, I'm waiting for the you are unmuted. 100%. There's the you are unmuted. It's not, though. Can we, actually, though, unmute us, please? Because I can't hear. Give me one sec. Let me go look and see. Rose asked, would the questioning be on the record? Yes. How's long until we find out the T? Probably not until this trial's done, honestly. Probably not until the trial's done. It's okay. What was I working on yesterday? Well, getting T ready to leave because T moves in for DCI on... Oh, my keyboard's not working. That's delightful. Well, it's going to be a long day if that keeps doing that. Good. Perfect. Everything's working just as it's supposed to, and my keyboard's not working. So I'm not going to be able to text with you in the chat. When the stream gets going, I'll unplug and replug in my keyboard. I know, I'm so sad that the fan is stationary. Streaming is 100% dynamic. Just joined. What is happening? The judge was speaking with each juror individually about an issue. That is all we know. Can we talk about the Kohberger trial and the judge outlining his expectations? Jess G, we're going to cover that hearing another day, but I did cover it on the Emily Show podcast Monday. If you did not know, it's because you don't have the app. We're so close to 100,000. So close to 100,000. In the app, when the podcast drops on Mondays, and during trial, sometimes it's every other Monday, but when the podcast drops on Monday, we put it in the app so you know. It's on the Emily Show YouTube channel. It's a separate YouTube channel from here. So on the Emily Show YouTube channel, and that drops on Monday, I talked about Kohberger on the Monday episode. And I know in trial, everybody's like, I just want to talk Karen Reed right now. I get it. For those of you that are like, I can't even watch this trial, I also get it. And I put up summaries of other cases, including Courthouse Becky from the Murdaugh trial, and Diddy, and Kohberger. So yes, we will be covering Kohberger next. Is it going to be a long trial? Yes. Do we have a plan? Yes. Are we going to be covering Kohberger? Yes. Did the judge say that the court will generally be running from about 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. in whatever time zone Boise is in? Yes, I think it's Mountain. But yes, we'll be covering it. Do I have a hard stop today? Yes. So if court runs long, oh, never mind. It's this court. Court's not going to run long. So yes, we're going to cover the Kohberger trial. I've never been so fucking excited. And that's not true. John Stamos was in the chat yesterday, but I am excited about this. We have movement, people. We have movement. Katrina said, anything new with Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively? There is so much new that I can't keep up with it. I swear I can feel the fan at this point. There is so much happening. I have, and I'm not exaggerating when I say like 500 to 800 pages of reading for that case, but I did update a subpoena issue that involved Taylor Swift because that's what people were most interested in. So, yeah. Where do I sub to this only fan? Right here. Just right here, and hit the like. Apparently, I'm not asking people to hit the like button and they forget. The Aprid said, Emily brings all the boys to the yard. The callback on that joke is so OG law nerd coded. It is amazing. The law nerds that know why this joke is funny know why this joke is funny. Those of you that don't know why this joke is funny, I'll tell that story if we have more time to tell story. I'm going to answer some questions, and we'll tell that story another time because court is dynamic. ADHD teacher brain said, Emily, thanks for helping me understand law so much better. It's helping me make sure my special education students are getting what they're entitled to. I appreciate you. ADHD teacher brain, I appreciate you. The special ed teachers we have worked with for our kiddos have been absolutely the heroes of education for our kids and has been fantastic. I don't have enough words for how incredibly special it has been. And there were times I was nervous when we were moving about what school would look like for our kids. Both of our kids have different needs. Both of our kids have, IEPs and 504s and all the rest of it, but are very, very different, which sometimes as a parent, it's like, wait, everybody's very different. But the teachers here have been so incredible. The class sizes are small and our kids have gotten a level of attention that was just not possible with the class sizes in California. It's been absolutely incredible. So to all of the special ed teachers and everyone that works with special ed services, thank you. You guys have been amazing. Though I will say I am incredibly biased. My dad was in education his whole life. I have lots of family members in education. You guys get all the hard stuff and not nearly enough praise. And it is a difficult job. And it is so impactful. I'm going to get all, you guys, my kid is moving on Saturday. I am going to get all of the emo, like just so much of it. Just forgive me. I am just all the things. But I will say what's been really incredible watching my teen who's a junior in high school learn how to learn for himself is that one of the things I was really hoping for when my teen joined band. Emily, are you going to pause court? No, I'm just going to turn it down a little bit. One of the things I was excited for when my son joined band is that my band director had a massive impact on my life. I've got stories about band too, but this one time at band camp. Emily, no, you can't make the jokes. Your son is literally leaving to go to band camp. I mean, if you know, you know, DCI folks. But my band director had a huge positive impact and influence on my life. The band director where my dad taught had a huge positive influence on my life. And I was hoping that for my kid, and his band director's husband have had
So, jurors,
such a
a
positive impact.
Able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing.
Motherfucker. There have been no hear ye's.
Not today, Judge.
God how are we to survive without the hear ye's? Also, my son's band director has had such a positive impact in his life. It's just been so great. So thank you. I mean, we have so many in the chat that don't get thanked enough for what they do. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. For those of you just tuning in, and the app that's going to get notified, for those of you just tuning in, court was on a break this morning because the judge had an issue and needed to talk to each juror individually. What is that issue? We do not know. Will we know? Probably at some point. When the sidebars ever eventually get unsealed, will we go through them? Yeah, we fucking will. Yeah, we will. Yeah, we will. We 100% will. So the court came in this morning, told the lawyers she needed to see them at sidebar, not they needed to see her. She needed to see them at sidebar. Then cleared the courtroom, questioned each juror individually. That would be on the record, but in a sealed court because the courtroom was completely cleared with the attorneys, went through every of the 18 jurors, and is now coming back on the record. So they have gone back onto the record, and I am taking a look right now. Ted Daniels said 47 seconds ago, court has resumed. All 18 jurors are here. Judge Cannoni reminds jury not to talk about the case. Going to go straight through 1 p.m. with a shorter lunch today. That is what is being said. So does the court reporter go to sidebar? Generally, the court reporter has headphones to hear what happens at sidebar, but yes, sidebars are reported. And according to Ted Daniels, all 18 jurors are present. When we get the sidebars unsealed, we will go through them. When will those be? We don't know. But that's what I'm seeing from Ted Daniels on Twitter. Ted Daniels said, well, you guys are saying Sue O'Connell said 17, Ted Daniels said 18.
Independent research or investigation into this case.
We'll wait.
And we've discussed the other two questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very...
Let's do that again, because there are some context clues to this.
Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? And we've discussed the other two questions, but
They discussed the other two questions at sidebar. Do we remember what the other two questions are? She said,
I do refrain from doing any independent research or investigation.
Independent research. So independent research, fine. The other two questions are, did you see, hear, or read anything about the case? Did you talk to anyone about the case? So that could be as simple as, I was driving in and saw a billboard. It could be as simple as that. It could be as simple as, I was on the morning radio and I heard this. That's all. Chat, also, I'm going to block the number 17 in about 7 seconds because multiple sources are reporting all 18 jurors are in the courtroom. Numerous different sources. So, all 18 jurors are present according to at least 3 sources that I just looked at. So, they discussed at sidebar, did you see, hear, or read something about the case? That is what was discussed at sidebar, because those are the other two questions. And the judge says, we've discussed those other two questions. She asks those questions every single morning. That could be, I was scrolling on TikTok and saw X. I was on Facebook and saw Y. If all jurors are present, the court had a conversation with them. So that is what we've learned. It's not about research. See, hear, or read something. Okay, they talked about it at sidebar.
And we've discussed the other two questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very important that no one discuss this case. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case. No comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please, let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started. We're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks.
I mean,
so
I take an abbreviated lunch every day, so no morning break, and we'll go through till 1.
And we're taking a witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Hanley will be back later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order.
What does calling a witness out of order mean?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
You're getting turned right back down. This is going to be the Commonwealth's Dr. Wolf, not the ARCA Dr. Wolf. Why do witnesses get called out of order? Because witnesses have complex schedules and travel is hard. So I think we got the answer. Generally, this was, what did someone see, hear, or read?
You solemnly swear the evidence you to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
I know all of you want it to be the other Dr. Wolf. It's not the other Dr. Wolf.
morning,
It's this
Doctor.
Dr. Wolf.
Good morning.
Sorry. I know you were all waiting for Dimple.
Whenever you're ready,
Dimple,
Mr.
Dr.
Brennan.
Wolf.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Aizik, Aizik. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, W-O-L-F, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Last name Wolf, like the real thing. Sir, the next time you testify, I'm going to need you to say hungry like the. Can we rephrase that parlance from like the real thing to hungry like the? I also need to know if you have a wolf tattoo anywhere, because I'm feeling like you're rolling on a Harley on the weekends with like a lone wolf shirt and a leather jacket. Am I wrong? Maybe. No, he's a brain surgeon. He's probably not riding a motorcycle. That's fair, Emily. That's fair. Brain surgeons are definitely not riding motorcycles. Fair enough. All right. The Commonwealth's neurologist, who is their expert on the injuries to John O'Keefe's head.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders.
I didn't see that coming.
I do pediatrics and adults.
Trigeminal neuralgia is
Are you
the
an
fucking
active
worst.
working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work. 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Just in case you wanted to know that surgeons work more than you do, don't worry, they'll tell you. Emily, don't be a jerk. Your sister-in-law's a surgeon. I know. But also, I'm not wrong.
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness.
You want to know who tries to get out of jury duty the hardest? Surgeons. Surgeons try to get out of jury duty the hardest.
How much of your practice, how much percent of your income is from being a consultant or a witness?
My God,
for a case?
Brennan.
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
He's not a professional
I
witness.
want you to take us through some of your education and background.
Ladies and
Could
gentlemen,
you share
he
with us
practices.
where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Of course you did.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical
Hungry
school,
like
did you
the wolf.
begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases.
I'm happy with the
We
voice,
also
though.
do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Just fantastic.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Sure he did a
at
fellowship.
NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain
Hey, go
transplantation.
Terps!
The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with.
You're going to get into very serious stuff, but this is my chance to say, I did it for the dopamine. Emily, are you singing Sum 41 this morning? Yes. Why? Because I have ADHD. And the second he says dopamine, all of our ADHD brains went, we know. We know all about it. My mom went to Maryland, so anytime somebody says Maryland, you have to just say go Terps. I think Michael Phelps went to Maryland too, but it's required.
Transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. And did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program.
That's
and then
very
part
cool.
of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of
Shock trauma, not drama. This morning was the drama and story time. This is shock trauma.
Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and
Sir, I
shock
need you to
trauma were actually
narrate
two
things.
separate entities when I started.
I mean, if you ever stop doing surgery.
A man named
probably
Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in, could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma Knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a
He
professional
does
member of the
cool
American
stuff.
Association of Neurological Surgeons?
They're going to
Yes.
build
Are you a
him.
member, a fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
They're going to build him as an expert because there is going to be a battle of the experts with this. And the difference is going to be treating things versus diagnosing things versus whatever, because we're going to get to the defense experts as well. But the defense also proffers a doc that doesn't normally do expert work, who's like, I don't normally do expert work. I normally do the work of being a doctor. So it will be interesting to see what his testimony is.
Are you a member of North American Skull-Based Society?
Yes,
And is that brain-related?
it is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over, or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Okay.
Yes.
In your
This is a
career,
Commonwealth
have you
expert.
engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that
Thank you.
research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis in severely head-injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a
So you know
principal...
where he's going to testify about John O'Keefe's injuries. they did not call the neuropathologist from the state ME yet, and I don't know if they will. So there is also a state neuropathologist that has not been called.
Will investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who are unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG, SOD, and severe head injury?
They should ask him
Yes.
if he has a
Can you
cat.
describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I don't know if they're
I
calling
won't go through
Stonebridge
all
or
of
not.
your research
I
and
am
principal investigator
speculating
roles, but I want to
that
ask
they
you
might be
about
calling
one
this
more.
doc instead.
And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IR?
They might also call Stonebridge after this because they're calling this expert out of order. That's why they asked him about his schedule to explain that he's being called out of order. They might call Stonebridge later. This witness is being called out of order because of their schedule. So they may call Stonebridge later. You would generally want to call Stonebridge before this witness. They may not. When we didn't see Stonebridge, the next witness after the ME, I wondered if they're not going to. And I still wonder if they're not going to. So for everyone that said he looks like Karl Lagerfeld, I think so too. I think so too.
Protocol
This is
for
a new
brain
witness, this
pathology?
trial.
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after a brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
All right. Well, we finally have a witness on day
Have
20,
you
so that's good.
been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
When do you
I
have
won't list
time?
parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were
Brennan,
you the author of a book chapter?
I won't name all 16 books, sir. I won't name all 16. And all of you are asking, Brennan's questions sound awful leading. They are in that gray zone of leading and foundational that is unlikely to be objected to if it's consistent with what's on the resume because it moves it along quicker. So it's just like, this is on the resume. It is directed questions. So
Regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
easy
Yes.
for you to say, Brennan.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, Imaging of Craniocerebral Trauma?
Yes.
It's fair.
Were you an author
It's
of
the
a
hair in
book
the
chapter
black suit.
in emergency room assessment of the head injury patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, Intracranial Injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of.
Okay.
Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
Brennan's
I'd like
just
to
going
ask
to
you
flex
about
for
a few
him.
of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
So do it.
Objection to the commentary. He should
Were
ask
you
him
an
how
author
many
of a
journal
article,
articles.
Intracranial pressure in non-traumatic ischemia
70
and
articles, got
hypoxic
it.
cerebral insults.
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to this, prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull
George.
fracture
Get away from my
with
breakfast.
plain X-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly, and so we classified them and delineated them in the paper and discussed the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain
So
injury?
curious how Brennan
Yes.
found this witness and decided that
You've
this
listed
witness was the
93. I'll
witness.
ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter
answer is no.
in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications, and clinical features?
Yes.
Oh, Chatty does kind of sound like
Do
Vin
you
Diesel.
lecture?
Yes.
When? Like when? Well, I get up at 4:30 every morning. I don't, sir.
Do you
I
have
don't.
peer-reviewed
I
publications?
do not have the
Yes.
stomach for that kind of
That
schedule.
was one of them.
And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials?
Like we don't
relative
just look
to
at them
this case?
after
Yes.
someone is
And
passed.
do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the
Neuropathologist?
forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your
Neuroforensic.
opinions
Like,
in this case,
Sir, I'm a stan of Dr. Stonebridge. So, as a Dr. Stonebridge stan, the forensic neuropathologist, I know that you're a surgeon, but also.
is there a benefit
Full
to
title.
your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes.
I don't even know what your
So,
question
doctor,
is,
you
lawyer.
reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
Oh, he probably
With
has
the court's
people to
permission, I'm
update
going
his
to ask
LinkedIn. I
to
imagine he
display
doesn't even look at his
Exhibit
LinkedIn and
160.
has someone do it for him. She asked, will the defense
Dr.
have to
Wolf, I'm
hurry
going
to accommodate the
ask you to
doctor's
take
schedule?
a look at this photograph. Have
They
you
have all
seen
day.
this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to
They have all day, and the court's going to take a truncated lunch and no break this morning, so they'll accommodate it.
us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate
We're not
inch and
going
a
to see these
half
photos.
laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury.
That's what the pathologist
there's
said.
nothing-
That's what the ME said.
Other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground.
Or something
The
hard.
skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound,
For the
did
number
have a
of you who
chance-
have said I'm getting big ego vibes in the chat, that might be me imparting my own like surgeons. But yes, if you have heard surgeons talk in a professional capacity, yes, surgeons do not lack an amount of confidence. And this surgeon has done a lot. And I have been the one who was like, surgeons. But he's done quite a ton of work. And so do I expect a surgeon ever to come in and be humble? Never, ever. No, I would never, ever expect a surgeon to come in and be humble. However, he's not the one bolstering his resume. It's Brennan. So it's fair. I've not met a surgeon that doesn't have a level of that, because surgeons. So they also do pretty badass work. So, I mean, it's fair. You don't want a surgeon who lacks confidence, I suppose. That would be
Further
off-putting.
look at information provided to you.
Oh, he's definitely got a
about
vibe.
the actual.
I'm not off-put by the
inside
vibe.
The skull of Mr. John O'Keefe.
Yes, it was.
Because he's a whole vibe.
The pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending
That's important.
linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
That doesn't surprise me.
Is basal skull fracture a
It's
characterization?
basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses.
Get
So
this man a model.
the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum. That connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that,
Emily, do you have multiple skull models in your house? Yes, I'm married to a maxillofacial prosthodontist. So, yes, there are degrees of doctors, but yes, he needs a little skull model that you can take the top off of and show things. He needs a model.
talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or, for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I
wanna take
really,
a step back.
really appreciate the way he explains. A lot of doctors do not well balance bringing everything down to an understandable level for a jury without sounding condescending. It is not always easy to do when you are an experty of experty in the field. And I'm not surprised that he teaches, because he has a great demeanor for explaining things without being dismissive and bringing them to an understandable level and explaining them in a conversant way. I appreciate it quite a lot. It's not always the case with experts, especially ones that do not testify all the time. And I appreciate that he comes in as more of a teacher than as just an expert.
At the beginning, you said that this
He's very easy to follow.
laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes, I mean, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused
I wonder
by
if there'll be an
Mr.
objection
O'Keefe
on that.
falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection.
The cold hard ground is the issue.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain, into his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or a ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. If you again request kindly a sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to that.
Thank you.
Okay. When I saw a couple of you saying, is he a skin expert? He treats head injuries. So I am not surprised that he recognizes the type of skin tearing from a head injury. They are going to go to sidebar. We are going to zoom through sidebar. Is it a long enough sidebar to warrant the fan? I mean, okay. So he is testifying to a fall backwards. He is going to testify why he thinks a fall backwards onto a flat object. I don't know if he can differentiate between a sidewalk, the ground, a floor, but the fall backwards is his testimony with force and not a ridge-like object like a curb, but also not a rounder object like a bat or something like that, or even the corner of a car. That would be a rounder object. We are talking about a flat object. So we are going to continue with this expert's testimony.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this
from
is
my
a
work, from my work as a DA, and I am not a medical expert, the damage to the skull does not indicate a bat to me. And I have tried a number of cases and seen many more with bat to head injuries. And this does not present the same way of anything I've ever seen. But we can talk about that more. We're going to let this expert talk, but does a strike to the back of the head surprise me? No, it doesn't. It's a strike to the back of the head. What caused John O'Keefe to fall backwards is really what's in dispute. It's what caused John O'Keefe to fall is really what's in dispute here, because even the ME said the fall to the back of the head, that's consistent with a fall to the back of the head. Lots of things can cause a fall to the back of the head, and that's what is an injury like that. So what caused the fall is really, really what's in dispute. Let's continue listening to what he has to say.
Classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Right.
Some of your work was in Minnesota.
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Right.
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry.
He's like, it's
Did you often
Minneapolis.
see these type of injuries there?
Yes, I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks.
Right.
And could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall
backwards,
resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what he just said.
You had taken us through the
I
process
don't think that's
of falling backwards.
I don't know if that's the answer Brennan wants, but that's the truth. Can someone suffer this injury from falling backwards? And this expert just said, if someone has a heart attack shoveling snow and falls over backwards, this can happen. If someone is drunk and slips and falls over backwards, this can happen. If someone falls over backwards for whatever cause, this can happen. There are a lot of things that can cause someone to fall over backwards. So this expert, I don't think that's exactly what Brennan was expecting, but this expert is saying, look, lots of things can cause someone to fall over backwards. It's the job of the Commonwealth to prove what caused John O'Keefe to fall over backwards. But I don't disagree with the head injuries. So the ME agreed about the falling over backwards. That was a common presentation of that head injury.
And then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Yep.
Well, the medical term is a coup counter coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped, and it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Right.
Well,
if it causes you to fall.
he did not have a depressed skull fracture.
Right.
So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup counter coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup counter coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus,
right,
that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial, and it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person
Hi, George.
does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the
not
top portion
walking
of your brain,
around,
can get separated from your brainstem functionally. And what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were cavemen, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out.
We've gone a
And
whole
then
different
a
direction.
worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind
That
of
our
movements
ancient
are
brain
not
went, don't eat me.
thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us
Yes,
back
everyone
now
that's
to,
nerding out, yes.
After the fall,
Yes. He's just like, brains,
would Mr.
brains, brains
O'Keefe, in
evolve,
your
brains,
study and
brains.
opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share?
I don't.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll tell it. There is
Ask a better
very
question,
few
Brennan.
things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck,
Yikes.
right below your skull, and
Sir.
I drove it through your brain.
The first principle of trial work is to not help people crime better. Don't help people crime better. Well, it's hard to die immediately from a brain injury, but hypothetically, if you were going to do that, let's talk about stabby. Sir, can we not get to like ice picks and knives and things? Sir, we don't help people crime better, but I'm going to back that up because he's
And
just
stab.
like, he's like, theoretically, there are some soft spots,
Quote, immediately.
but it's rare.
So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck,
Yikes.
right below your skull, and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately. If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling.
Yes,
and
my notes say don't
ultimately,
teach people to crime better.
Death
That's what my
of the
notes say.
brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma, so it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of, and yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Sir,
Was there any other
you're not-
observations
once
you
we got to
made
I'm not
about
dead yet.
Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support
We're in a murder trial.
your
We can't start
opinion
quoting
that
Monty
he didn't
Python.
die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours,
Really?
which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have
1 to
Exhibit
3 hours is
14?
really interesting. They're going to argue this to count too. We're going to have to
Dr.
do
Wolf,
count
could
two
you share
another
with
day.
us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue
They're going to show photos that we're not going to see.
Sort of configures if he had his eyes open like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids.
Right, it's the brain injury.
By what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin?
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please.
1 to 3 hours is important for the Commonwealth. He's talking about the bruising to the eyes not being from an injury to the eyes, but from the bleeding from the injury to the brain.
To a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One,
you got to breathe.
You want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case-by-case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass?
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they pass is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem,
the swelling,
down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
When he was taken into the hospital.
In the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that
he's like, I'm a neurosurgeon.
You get into multiple organ failure.
Things happen.
Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So All I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean
Because
that
they were
you know,
treated.
that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. You know, when someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
You have to be
I've asked you
warm.
questions about whether you had an opinion
Ellison
about
asked in the chat,
Mr.
but he wasn't
O'Keefe.
hypothermic. Based on this testimony and others, and it is in dispute, but based on this testimony and the coroner's testimony, his temperature when he was brought to the hospital was 80, so it would count as severe hypothermia. It is in dispute. This expert and the medical examiner both say there was hypothermia. So that hopefully that
and when
helps.
he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
And that's the end of direct examination. We're going to be moving on to cross-examination with Attorney Alessi. And I'm going to answer some questions. Actually, I'm probably going to zoom. So lots of questions about this testimony and how it helps. Look, we know that the Commonwealth is going to be arguing both the intentional and volitional count 1 and count 3 and the involuntary count 2, because there are 3 charges in this case, and count 2 is the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. So if the driving was the wanton and reckless act, or if sideswiping John O'Keefe and then not calling for help is what the jury determines is the wanton and reckless act and not getting him assistance, could a jury find, and that's what the Commonwealth is going to argue, that if they don't find it was volitional, that it was a substantial factor. So when we get into a more discussion of count 2, that's part of why they are asking these questions, because they are going to, if he had gotten help, then what does that look like? So as we get to cross-examination, we know the defense is arguing that that John O'Keefe was not hypothermic, and
May I, Your Honor?
they are going to argue, I imagine, about the cause of that head injury.
Morning, Doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Can we
Sir,
nerd?
Can you just describe,
Let us nerd about
you
injuries.
started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you.
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning.
Ew.
I go to my center. I set up patients
I'm
with
sorry, morning
frames
people.
for their either
Not me.
radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that
I'm sorry.
operating on. and
I'm sorry. Can we get back to I go home and make a cappuccino for my wife at 6 a.m.? If any of y'all have a partner that's like, wait, what? It's like this man is getting up at 4 a.m., going and doing his work, coming home, making a cappuccino for his wife at 6 a.m., then getting back to work at 6:30. Can we just, Alessi looks delighted. This is not what I was expecting from his typical day at all. I was waiting for and then I take my supplements and hit the gym. Alessi is just tell me about you. I had to back that up. That's delightful.
My center, I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
What type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical
Oh, y'all know
day.
I
What
don't.
are you doing? What type
I'm
of
very
pa-
picky about my coffee. Like I just need to do things myself. Also, Dr. B is much more of a morning person. I am a later person. So Dr. B's day is already well underway before I'm making coffee for me. This surprises none of you that I am not a morning girly at all.
patients and what do you
It's-
do?
But I love
It
the
varies.
cappuccino.
I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease.
I imagine 6 to 6:30 is when he and his wife get to chat,
I used to see patients with cervical problems.
and then his days are
I
crazy.
stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years?
like, yes,
Is it
especially the
generally,
coffee.
Without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
Right, especially the coffee.
So, none of your typical days,
That's
none
very
of the
sweet.
past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist in...
I am, if you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform...
He's like, you don't need to play with me, sir. Ask me what you're going to ask me. No, I'm not a forensic pathologist. I am a surgeon. And Alessi is just like, look, I'm here on the level to nerd with you. He's like, just ask me. I know this is what you're going to ask me. Just ask me. Also, the defense has to be careful a bit in saying, well, you're a treating doctor, because they do have some treating doctors on their side. However, with Dr. Russell, who will come up in the defense case, also worked as a pathologist, more than this doctor did. But this doctor's like, don't play with me. Just ask what you're asking. Also, for those in the chat asking, somebody is behind in real time, so we're just going to answer now. Wait, where'd it go? It jumped. Hold on. The chat just jumped. We're going to get back to cross, I promise. Oh, I lost the question. Somebody in the chat said, wait, so Sir Mix-a-Lot was real? Yes, yes, yes. And go check out my interview with him on the Emily Show. We talk about cases. But yes, he's also in the chat, hanging out.
Perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
What about a neuroforensic pathologist? What about the neuroforensic pathologist? Because the neuroforensic pathologist sees a lot of brains.
Than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Not
Correct.
always.
Okay.
I
what I'd
imagine
like
he's
to
seen them
do
afterwards to do his
is
studies.
to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last word.
I'm sorry, with the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this
Okay.
matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right
He should
upper
be.
eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Did you see it in
Now-
the pictures? He should have seen it in the pictures too.
Could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk.
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
We're going to, 165, Your Honor.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Kiddo had questions. I don't know if you heard Travis say, but Mom, I don't know life skills. I'm Gen Z. He does know life skills. It's a busy day. All right. We're going to answer some questions as Alessi is doing the things Alessi is doing. Let's see. Alessi, I can be, oh, Emily, put your other in-ear back in. It'll help. Yeah. Texas, Katie said, husband made me coffee every day for 40
my
seconds.
questions, Dr. Wolf.
Wait, are we
Pleasure
done?
Again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Huh.
Any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Right. Because for the defense, the issue is not, did John O'Keefe hit the back of his head? He clearly
We have
did.
a moment to inquire of our next witness.
The issue is how.
When I see counsel at Sidebar, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
So that was short. Yes. You know why? Because the question is how that happened, not if it happened. It happened. The injuries are the injuries. The injuries are the injuries. So I'm sure the witness will be heading home. And that is the end of cross. Because look, the injuries are the injuries. And the argument over how those injuries occurred is a whole different situation. All right, let's zoom just a little bit because we have just a brief amount of zoom room.
Realize that
Hold on. What is the court doing? What are we doing? I heard them go back on the record briefly. Let's see. Winona in the chat asked, I thought he was beat up. That is the defense theory. That is in controversy. However, how John O'Keefe fell is part of the conversation here.
So, jurors, you may realize that that went quicker than we thought. So we are ahead of schedule. So why don't we take that morning break that we can take?
Oh, the next witness isn't in the courthouse yet. That's 100% what happened.
Rise for the court, please.
The next witness is not in the courthouse yet. Let's see if they're back on the record. Nope. We are back to chillin'. Well, now we have time to answer more questions. Actually, you know what? I might take just a moment to run to the restroom and see what my kiddo needed and run to the bathroom. So the biggest question that the defense is going to fight with is what caused him to fall? A lot of things can cause you to fall backwards. They're arguing it's not a car and that the law enforcement didn't do enough of an investigation to determine what. And the prosecution's going to argue it was a car driven by Karen Reed that caused him to fall backwards. The defense is not going to be arguing, I think at this point, a third-party culpability defense. I agree with that decision. It is I think, easier case to explain to a jury saying, look, could have fallen this way, could have fallen this way, could have fallen this way. You know what didn't happen? an investigation that explored those other options. So, Maggie P said, does he not have a witness ready again? I don't think that's the case. I think they told the witness when to be back at the courthouse, assuming how long this witness would take. And then the morning got delayed and the witness might not be at the courthouse yet. I don't think that this one's on Brennan. So let's see. We need a little bit of music and then we'll answer questions because I have got to run to the restroom. But if a lot of you in the chat are saying, so could have fallen this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. Right. The Commonwealth has to prove this is how John O'Keefe fell. The defense can say, could have been this, could have been this, could have been this, could have been this. Could have been walking to the house and slipped. Could have been looking at the phone. Coulda. Because if there are multiple reasonable explanations, then there is doubt. The Commonwealth has to prove that what caused John O'Keefe to fall is the car. So I'm not surprised there wasn't a ton of cross on that doctor because the injuries are the injuries, and he's obviously very qualified to talk about the injuries. It could have been a lot of things. I think what the Commonwealth really wanted from that expert was that John O'Keefe, though he might have been incapacitated immediately, might not have died immediately because they are going to argue that in closing. What the defense is going to argue is if John O'Keefe didn't die immediately, where were all these people walking by? What did any of them do? And why didn't law enforcement investigate? Why didn't they investigate any other leads? So that's where we are going to get with this. Why did no one see him? No one saw him. Why did no one see him? So let us get to a little bit of a break. I'm very surprised how fast that cross went. We have some additional music. I'm going to run to the restroom. Let's see what we're going to do. Maybe that's number one. That's number two. That's number three. I'm feeling number three. I'm going to leave you guys with music for a minute. We're going to vibe. I'm going to take 3 minutes to run to the restroom and answer my kiddos' questions. We're going to vibe to number three for now. Travis, give me 1 second. I'm going to take a quick break. Court is on break. I will be back shortly. And hopefully that's not too loud in all of your ears. All right. Let me put this back up. Wait, that's not what I was looking for. What was I looking for? I was looking for this. Chat, I'll be right back. Hey Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during Verdict Watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch. Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. trying to stay in the loop with this trial. I know sometimes it's hard if you miss a day. That's why I've got daily case briefs dropping over on the Emily Show YouTube channel and the Emily Show audio feed on your favorite podcast app, so you can stay in the loop even when things get busy. All right, chat, let me get this back down. Are we ready? Are we ready to go to court? Are we ready to go back to court? I'm ready. Are we ready, chat? I'm ready. Travis is doing a lot of his DCI packing today because he is basically done with finals. So today is just going to be a busy day at the Baker House and seemingly a busy day in court as we finish up with the prosecution's neurosurgeon expert to talk about the injury to John O'Keefe's head, the back of his head, and to the eyelids being from the brain injury and the type of brain injury. And on cross, the defense really summarized, okay, but these other injuries to the face, on the front of the face, those aren't from a fall backwards on and a hit to the back of the head. Correct? Correct. They are not. So with that, we will be moving on in the prosecution's case. That was one of the experts I was waiting to see. Cross was shorter than I anticipated, but again, the injuries from a fall backward are what they are. And the question still remains for the Commonwealth to prove how that happened. How did the fall backward happen? And that's where we're going to see a lot more of the argument, but we haven't gotten to the accident reconstructionists yet. So let us continue with court. Back to court we go, law nerds. They took the morning break while they were waiting for the witness to arrive. The prosecution, it seems to, tried their best to make sure their witnesses were staggered appropriately and had a little bit of a gap in time this morning with everything that happened. For those of you that came in as the witnesses got started, you can go back and recap the beginning of the day. There was a conversation with the jurors. All jurors are still present in court after each individually having a conference with the judge, and away we go. So, let me make sure we've got our sound. Oh, you can hear, I couldn't. There we go. So, back on the record, the Commonwealth is calling their next witness, which I imagine is the witness that was interrupted yesterday from the crime lab. So we are going to be seeing who was the interrupted witness number, I think, 36. Christina Hanley from the crime lab. She is one of the puzzling witnesses who does puzzling together and puzzled together the glass. And if
All right, Mr.
the
Lally,
prosecution doesn't show the photos of the things that she was doing, I will lose my mind. It's so incredibly hard to keep track of what pieces of evidence are from here, where, there, and everywhere without pictures because it's been 5 weeks now. We're on day 20. The Commonwealth said they thought they had about 23 days. Today's our last full day of court. Tomorrow's a half day. I'm going to have a very quick hard stop. Tomorrow's a half day. Friday, there's no court. Monday, there's no court for the holiday. So the Commonwealth might be done with his case, well, basically a week from today. So let us continue.
whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So this is about the glass evidence.
And ma'am, if you could just please introduce yourself to the jury again, spelling your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
This witness did not finish yesterday. She was interrupted. So they are resuming witness 36.
Given the break, if I could just ask you a few questions just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony. First, starting with the items of glass that you analyzing this case, the first of those items was an item 3-2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Hopefully this, oh, good, photos. This is the broken base
Showing you a photograph
of a drink glass.
You recognize that?
Recovered
Yes, I
from
do.
the front yard by that first
So this
group of
is a
searching the yard
photograph that I
from
took.
CERT.
It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding, that's showing a physical match between those two items.
Your Honor, call both the seat to introduce and admit to the next exhibit.
Okay.
Exhibit 195.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490.
Dr. Wolf
Ms.
was
Hanley,
witness
what's up on the screen? Is that the
37
photograph,
for Commonwealth?
that I
We are
just presented to
resuming
you?
witness 36.
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is a photograph that I took upon examination. It is the clear glass cup, item 3-2. And I'm holding another piece, which, again, I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file.
In her notes,
but
right.
I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
This was the original piece was found by the leaf blower team,
Those, look up when you're finished.
not the CERT team. I think I had said the CERT team. That original piece was found by the leaf blower team that was out
Recognize
at
those.
34 Fairview.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize those?
So these are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, call both seat.
And then this is the glass that's presumed
Any objection?
to be from the bar. And we heard clips of Karen Reed saying that John got out of the car.
And Ms. Hanley, if
with
you
this.
could, just remind the jury
was
as far as
from-
the physical description that you received.
It seems, based on the testimony that we've had, Karen took a glass from the C.F. McCarthy's to the waterfall, and then at the waterfall, glasses were getting mixed together, and then John took a glass from the waterfall, per Karen Reed's statement that was in a few weeks ago, the clip of her interview, into her car, and then when she got out of the car, she testified when John got out of the car, he had the glass from the bar with him. So that is what I have presumed this to be based on everything that we've seen in evidence.
In regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces,
So we will see if
as
there's more
well
testimony about that.
as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you can enlarge that just a bit, Ms.
I don't think
Gilman.
anyone let anyone take the glasses. I think it just kind of happened when they left.
And
I
Ms.
think
Hanley,
people
what
just
are we looking
took
at
it
in
with
this
them.
photograph?
So this is the photo that I took of item 7-12 as I received
That's
it.
not super clear on my end.
so
I think that's
there's,
from court, not from your internet.
The several pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. If you can enlarge that just a bit.
That's easier to see.
And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same pieces of glass as in the previous photo, just a little bit more up close of the clear glass that was recovered and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
A lot of you are saying, sometimes it just sometimes it just
Ms.
happens.
Hanley, as far as
Sometimes it just happens. The glasses go with you.
comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
It's the return of what, if any.
Sure. So upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2, the clear glass cup.
And if you could just remind the jury, as far as a physical match, what does that mean?
So a physical match is basically if an item breaks and those items have broken irregular edges, if those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
Now, as far as each of those items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match for item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
Hillary in the chat said, my brother's a bartender in Massachusetts. Taking glasses with drinks in them out of bars should be considered stealing. I mean, was anybody going to stop them? No. Was a storm coming? Yes. Was the bar closing up? Yes. Does it happen?
Glass
yes.
from item 7-12 that
Should you do
physically
it?
fit
No.
to item 3-2.
Is it illegal? Probably.
Were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
Does it shock me? No.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that process with photographs as well?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm just here for the process. I appreciate that there is so much process with the scientific witnesses. I appreciate it.
4 photographs, if you could review those and look up when you finish.
But yes, Massachusetts has all kinds of rules about alcohol and where they sell alcohol. I think in Massachusetts you still can't buy like liquor in
Yes, I do.
like the grocery store and stuff. It has
Those
to be at
are
the package
photographs
store.
that I took
You have to go to, like, the
upon
liquor
my
store, liquor store.
examination
That might have
of
changed,
items
but-
7-12 and item 3-2.
Your Honor, the combo is introduced and admitted as the next exhibits, A through D.
But that was my understanding of Massachusetts laws, that you had to buy wine and beer, yes, but liquor, vodka, whiskey, rum, whatever, you have to go to the packy store.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if
In
I could
Washington,
have
it was like the ABC store.
9502, please.
I just call it the liquor store here in Tennessee, but you can't buy liquor.
And Ms.
at, like,
Hanley, what's up on the
Target.
screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Yeah,
So
what are
this
we looking at?
is, one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9514.
Aaron said most Trader Joe's have alcohol. Here it's just wine.
Again, Ms. Hanley, can you please describe
Like wine
for the
and
jury what
champagne and
we're
beer.
looking at in this photograph?
But
Sure. So this is a photo that I took when I was doing my comparison of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
The package store.
Now, as far
Is
as the
an abbreviation
individual
for the package
pieces
store.
had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with mixed veneer in your unit prior to coming to your table or your
Right.
station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518.
Oh, Washington State changed. Look at that.
Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking
It's
at?
been a minute since I've lived in Washington. A long
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9520. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items just slightly rotated of item 3-2 with a physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
Ms. Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, preferably using this screen just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
Lofty Bomb, there are rules about when you can buy alcohol on Sunday here in
So this right here
here
is
in
item 3-2.
Tennessee.
And these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
And in Massachusetts, too, it used to be that you could not
Ms. Gilman,
buy
you can take
alcohol
that,
on Sunday. You had to go to the package store during the week. I don't know if that's changed
Now,
either. Again,
the
it's
other
been a
two items
long
that
time.
you analyzed or
since I've been
examined in this part of your physical match analysis were items 3-3 and 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And a lot of
turning
you
your
are like,
attention
all the
specifically
different
to
laws.
item 3-3, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item
That's not what I was trying to
3-3
grab.
was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, a lot of you are asking, where's the other part of the glass? What about the pieces of glasses that don't fit? I know.
Photograph. Do you recognize that?
Babs said 99%
Yes, I
of the
do.
grocery stores here in Mass do not have wine
That is a photo
and beer
that
license.
I
There's a
took
few Trader Joe's that do in some
of
convenience stores.
item 3-3.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
The difference laws. I remember the blue laws, but I only lived in Mass in the 90s. So
And may I publish, Your Honor?
I remember in college people
Gilman, if I
going
could
to
have
Vermont to get
9446, please.
like beer for Super Bowl Sunday and stuff. So, but yes, not all grocery stores have
Ms.
liquor.
Hanley, in addition
Package
to
store
the 5 pieces of
liquor.
glass associated with item
Apparently you can
3-3,
now
what
buy it
else
on
is
Sundays.
depicted in this photograph?
more glass.
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted
That
in this
is
photograph as well?
horribly blurry
Yes,
for me
there
to
is.
see.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's there just as a scale.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that one down. And Ms.
Maggie
Hanley,
P, yes,
the last
depending
of
on where
those
you live in the
items,
US, you
7-14,
cannot
if
buy
you could
liquor
just
on
remind the
Sundays.
jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
I love that our international audience is like, what in the, yes. Every state has different laws regarding alcohol, when you can buy it, where you can buy it, how you can buy it, if you can get it at the grocery store or Target, or if you have to go to a particular liquor store, an ABC store, a package store, whatever they call it in the whatever state. And then there's rules about if you can buy it on Sunday, what time you can buy it on Sunday, and all of the things. There are so many different laws about alcohol consumption in the different states. They are all different. They are all different. So the international crew is like, what? All of the Yes. Yes, all of the different rules. And yes, for those of you saying in my day tattoos were illegal in Massachusetts, yes, we left the state to get tattoos when I was in college because we could not get tattoos in Massachusetts. So the rules are all different. And the international crew is like, this is all very yes, yes, yes. It is. And that's why the chat is chatting about all the different laws in all the different states of where you can and can't do things. And then in Vegas, they'll just hand you alcohol when you step off the plane at the airport. It really just depends on the state.
So item
who founded
7-14
and the rules.
was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hanley, just showing you a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize as?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
Your Honor, almost seek to introduce the next exhibit. No objection.
All right.
They are bringing in the photos of the matching of the glass. I am truly more interested in seeing if they show us the pieces that don't match after they get to the match. But then again, I'm sorry
May I
for everyone
publish,
that
Your Honor?
hasn't watched this testimony
Ms.
before.
Gilman, if I could have 947.
We have seen this testimony come in. It is just foundational evidence that needs to come in. It will be argued during the accident reconstruction at some point, I am sure.
And again,
The two screens don't match.
Delaney made a great point. Delaney in the chat said, I bet the whole premise of Footloose is wild to the international law nerds. Yeah, that's real fair. That's real fair. Yeah, there was no tattooing in the state of Massachusetts. I don't know when that changed, but in the 90s, you just could not get a tattoo in the state.
Ms. Hanley, again, if you could just describe for the jury what is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
It's like the opposite of Jersey.
This
Jersey's
is
like
the
whatever.
photo
Massachusetts
that I
is like
took
none.
of item 7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between item 3-2, the cup, and 6 of the pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
Depends if you get caught or not, Jordan.
So-
for everything's legal in Jersey.
Upon examining
Vegas.
and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that
They were all once one piece.
Six of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2. I
was trying to
also
grab these to
compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14, but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those 2 pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that included items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14.
Now, as far as the 2 pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those 2 lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes.
And which were they?
They were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
I want to see a picture.
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same 2 pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the 2 pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Now, did you also do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper?
I did not. No, not a physical match examination.
She was like, right, that's not going to fit.
Did you do any comparative analysis between
For all of you
piece
saying you're not
glass
following it, it's because
E
it's really
from
hard without the
3-3
pictures.
from the bumper and
And they are
item
talking about
7-14?
Yes, I did.
They are talking about glass recovered from 34 Fairview right now and glass recovered from the bumper. The glass recovered from the bumper does not match the broken glass at 34 Fairview. So that's what we're going through. I imagine on cross-examination that's going to be highlighted differently and possibly with photos. But yeah, when they're going, does 3-3 match 7-12 HUD hike, it's very hard to follow. And then if they aren't showing pictures as we're going through it, it's difficult to follow. But they are going through right now the glass recovered from the bumper of Karen Reed's vehicle and the glasses found at the home. I know it's hard. I know if all of you are just like, I'm way more interested in the blue laws state by state. I know, but that's what they're talking about. It doesn't match.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley,
So
could you
not-
please explain to the jury?
Not a physical match, but they are talking about the same general properties of the glass.
When you say instrumental analysis, what is that? What does that consist of?
So the instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the GRIM instrument, which measures the refractive index of the samples. So after I had ran my samples for both item 3-3 and 7-14, I compared the data to determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
And so when you say that something is consistent in instrumental properties, what does that mean?
They're glass.
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
In addition to that comparative analysis for the glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case?
Sorry, could you say that again?
In
We've all
addition
stopped
to
following,
item
ma'am. It's okay.
3-2,
We're
3-3,
trying.
7-12, and 7-14, what other items did you look at in this case?
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
7-18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a taillight, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's a lot of numbers to keep straight. I think she's doing a great job. It's just without,
Another single photograph.
and it frustrates
recognized.
me that and I think the Commonwealth probably does this on purpose. It frustrates me that they do not refresh where everything came from. And there's times you say, okay, so the glass from the bumper, the taillight from the car, not every single time. And it is difficult to follow what came from where because these all got entered into evidence like 2 weeks ago. So
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
3-1 is the taillight casing.
Thank you.
And there is some physical match that's going to happen with that. I see a lot of you asking for the neurosurgeon back. It is difficult testimony for this witness and everyone else, but
May I
they have to
publish,
get it
Your
in. It's
Yes.
foundational and it's
Ms. Gilman,
needed.
if I could have photograph 9394.
Missy Eric said 2000 or 2001 was my first tattoos. I had to
Ms.
go out of
Hanley, do
state.
you recognize what's up
I
on
went
the
out of
screen?
state in
It's Exhibit
1996.
200.
Yes, I do.
And what do you
That's
recognize?
3-1.
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1,
It's
the
the
taillight
housing of
housing,
the
looked
taillight.
like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part?
Hey, look, it's that the random silver thing that the crime scene tech was like, there's other shit in the bag. Guess what, y'all? This is the other shit that was in the bag from the crime lab because the crime lab put them all back together. But that was those three pieces that are photographed on the side of the screen over here are the things that we saw. Oh, you guys can't see only I can see my mouse. That's not helpful. But those are the things that we saw come out of the bag. These are the things she tested together. So if she looked at them in court last time and then put them all back together, I said it was probably an issue with court. Yes. So we are going to see what these parts are. I'm very excited to get back to putting these things back. So let's continue.
Part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with the pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
Huh? Sure. Nicole asked where
So-
I lived in Massachusetts in the chat.
the
I lived in
red
Amherst
Plastic that I sampled was from this area.
on the campus of UMass Amherst.
It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic.
It's
I think
hard
this
to
might have
see
been
the
one of the
edges of
areas
the clear plastic in this photo. It really is.
that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit
Was
itself.
on the
large
unit.
piece, correct?
Yes.
Woodsy did point out that not everything is legal in Jersey. You can't pump your own gas. I always forget about that when I visit New Jersey, that you, in fact, cannot pump your own gas. It is a quirk that I always forget
Now,
about.
the other item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item, 7-18.18?
7-18.18 was debris that was collected from two pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7.
All of you are asking me why in New Jersey you can't pump your own gas. I don't know. It's just the rules. I got yelled at in college going to visit my family that is from Jersey. And I got told to get back in my car. I was like, why? And they're like, we'll pump it. I'm like, I don't need you to. And they're like, we'll pump. I'm like, what? Why? Yes. Are we talking about regional differences in the United States while we're listening to this? Yes, you are. Yes, we are. And some of you said Oregon as well. I don't think I've ever tried to pump gas in Oregon, even when I lived in Washington. So, yes, I didn't know, but there are gas attendants, and it is not your job to do it. So, but when it's cold, I imagine it's real nice to not get out of the car. And wait, one of our members in the chat said you can't pump your own gas in New Jersey or in Japan either. I did not know. Look at that. Look at that. Well, chat, there we go. All of the conversations. We're going to keep figuring out which pieces of what go with where. So, you know.
17 an orange t-shirt, is that correct?
Brazil, the same
that
thing.
is correct,
Thank you,
yeah.
chat.
Okay, as well as 7-18, a gray long sleeve shirt, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris,
Mexico says
what
the
did
same
that
thing.
debris
Brazil
consist
says the
of?
same thing. Japan says the same thing.
So the debris consisted of one clear
talking about
piece
jug
of
handles?
plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I would just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Chat, I know we are breaking our own rules today on Stay on Topic, and we have delved well into regional and global differences of pumping gas.
So the
Yes, we have.
clear piece of
Yes, we have.
plastic in 7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And the largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece among those measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So
I mean, Jersey kind of wins 10 out of 10 on the apple cider donuts.
the
I'm gonna be
largest
honest.
for the red plastic, the largest piece measured, just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by Maureen Hartnett, and the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
LMD12 in the chat said Beaver, Utah is the same, can't pump gas, but you can buy some of the funniest fucking merch I've ever seen. Beaver, Utah, funny merch. Hilarious. Uranus Fudge Company in Indiana, also hilarious. A few of you asked, how did we get on the topic of pumping gas? I made a joke about everything being legal in Jersey, except for, and then chat reminded me, except for pumping your own gas. So fair, because we were talking about Massachusetts blue laws, which is how we got here with
Yes, I do.
where you can and can't buy liquor in Massachusetts.
Those are the photographs,
Which all tied
that I
back
took
to the cup
of
leaving the bar.
7-18.18.
There was a train of thought it was just an ADHD train.
It's 201 A through E.
They are marking these for exhibits.
Your Honor, may I publish?
I haven't been to Hooker, Oklahoma, so I don't know if their merch is off the
photograph
chain.
9352.
I was just going from personal experience on Beaver,
Ms.
Utah,
Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
in Indiana.
So this is one of the photos
A
that I
tin.
took of
Clear apparent plastic.
7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355.
This is foundational. Yes, it's needed, but also.
And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you could enlarge this just a bit. Maybe just a little more, please. Thank you. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the photo that I took.
I don't know. It looks like a card you would make in like elementary school. That's like half of a Christmas tree, and then you would draw in the other side of the Christmas tree. That's what it looks like to me. What are we seeing, chat? Because this is going to be debris. They are going to talk about where the debris comes from. But yes, kind of looks like pressed flowers. Kind of looks like you would go gather it and make like you draw half and half of it comes from nature. But yes, it definitely looks like, well, who knows? She's going to explain. This is all needed foundational evidence. Is it slogging? Yes. Why? Because we're not going through. So this came from here and then this came to you and then you said this. It's just going to take time. But this is debris that they evaluated.
Of
hold on.
the
That was me.
debris that was collected from the clothing items.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366.
Debris from the clothing items. I'm going to make myself
Again, Ms.
smaller.
Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo that I took under
Microscopic.
a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have photograph 9369.
This we heard the Commonwealth talk about in opening when they were talking about pieces of Taillight being in John O'Keefe's clothing. Those are the pieces that they are talking about. And then these were recovered. These are the
Ms.
pieces
Hanley,
that they
what are
were
we
talking
looking at
about.
here?
This is a picture that I took of the red plastic pieces that I removed from the debris.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, in reference to your comparative analysis from item 3-1, the taillight housing plastic, to the clear and red plastic pieces of debris from debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, what types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
Sure. So after completing my examination, I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR, which is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer.
Okay.
And I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a Microspec.
And what is a microspec?
So a Microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine samples that have color. So it provides information on the sample's dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your comparative analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe for the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like, what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microspec?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph, and when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light, and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
They're getting to this was all taillight.
Now, from your comparison,
However, we have a modicum, the briefest modicum of Zoom room. Chat. I'm going to just put it at 1.25 and we're going to do our best. They're going to talk about whether these pieces are the same or are at least taillight. That is what they are getting into. Let us continue. Do I think this point matters huge for the prosecution? They think it does. The defense is going to make the point that the clothes were in the possession of law enforcement without chain of custody from January 29th till March 14th. So, how persuasive will that be to the jury? It depends. But the argument will be, yeah, and they had the clothes without chain of custody for... So, the jury is just trying to be like, so are they from the same place or not? And we didn't see, which I would have liked to have seen, we did not see close-ups of the match from the taillight. And my question is, we didn't hear, when we were looking at the close-ups of the taillight, we didn't hear if there were chips missing along the edges because they were physically matched under microscopy, under the microscope as well. And they were under... You would think if there were pieces missing, you would see divots in them under the microscope. But who knows? It wasn't brought up. So that's what we're getting to. Are these microscopic pieces of the same chemical property under microscope as the pieces of taillight you examined? That's what we're getting to.
Starting with the clear plastic from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. From your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1.
We are now at 1.25.
What did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris.
Yes, we're at 1.25.
Was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
So,
and
could be
with
taillight.
Reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass. May I approach again, Your Honor?
We let the sirens pass.
Actually, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Lally?
Entirely up to the court. I probably have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes, folks.
I mean, if he has 3 or 4 minutes left, do we need to? Okay. I'm going to put this to normal speed so I can zoom without.
I told you earlier, we're ahead of schedule, so we will take a luncheon break, and we'll take an hour. So I know we'll take an hour, okay? We'll see you back here. So, we're just going to follow the
All rise to the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
I have 3 to 4 minutes left. We're going to take a lunch break for an hour. What? What? Okay. We're taking lunch for an hour. Stephanie in the chat said, what's with today? I don't know, but I've learned a fascinating amount about how liquor is sold and where, how gas is pumped and where. I've answered all of my teens' questions about packing and doing laundry, and the half-hour lunch is not a half-hour lunch. Now it's an hour lunch. I don't know why they didn't just let Lally finish the 3 questions. I have no idea why. I don't know. Yes, it was only supposed to be a 30-minute lunch. I don't know why it's not. Court said earlier today, let's try to summarize today. The jury has to feel like there are a ton of starts and stops today. I don't know. But we did learn a lot about this large global online community we're in, and things are done differently everywhere. Things are different. Emily, that's your takeaway from today? Things are different. In Massachusetts, they are. We have a lot of differences happening today. Emily, why is your part in the middle? Well, I have gray issues today. They're just sassing with me. So all of you were saying, don't make me do laundry. Let's try to summarize today. So this morning started out with court being delayed, the attorneys coming in immediately, the court calling them to sidebar. After the court called the jury to sidebar, after the court called the lawyers to sidebar, the court went on the record briefly to say that there was an issue and the court needed to talk to each of the jurors individually. I am not speculating on why that is, because eventually the sidebars will be unsealed and we'll find out. But we got some hints when the court came back on the record after all 18 of the jurors had been individually inquired of, and they removed everyone from the courtroom, media, family, everyone. They sealed the courtroom and spoke to each juror individually. What would that look like? Well, the juror could be in the juror box or in the witness box. The court reporter would be there. The court staff would be there. The attorneys and Karen Reed would be there. No one else was present. What did they talk about? We'll find out at a later time. What can we summarize from what the court said when she came back? The court said when she came back, I just need to ask you that one question. Did you do any research? We've already talked about the other 2 questions. So, you know what? We've got a minute. Let me grab court from yesterday and go through those questions because court is on lunch. Let's just go through those questions together. Let me grab yesterday's hearing and we'll pull that up and we'll go through verbatim because the judge says it the same every single day. So let's go through those same 3 questions from yesterday's hearing verbatim. Emily, why did you pick yesterday? Because yesterday had the best motherfucking hearings of the entire 20 days and we didn't get any today. So yeah, we'll go back and do it ourselves. Let me just find them real quick. And we'll do that. So let me switch screens and pull this up. Why? Well, because we have a minute. We get instant replay. The jurors don't. Isn't that lucky for us? Yay. It is. Is it lucky for the jurors? No. It's really hard to see this stuff once. Even when we're watching the clips of Karen Reed in her interviews, I want it to be played multiple times. It's really difficult to hear it once, and that is it. You get it presented how the lawyers present it, and that is all. Let me zoom till we get to the hear ye's from yesterday. Why? Because they were the best hear ye's. We are looking at court from yesterday morning. I saw a question, do other states not have the hear ye? I've never seen another state having hear ye's. I've never seen it. All the states have their own languaging, their own quirks. There were some delightful aspects of the South Carolina jury instructions and a cloak of justice. I loved it. Each state, if we've learned anything today, we've learned that each state is very unique, very different, has their own histories, has their own quirks. Some states are still commonwealths. Some are states. Some still have, in their legal system, much more of the history and legacy of the English system or the British system than the US system. As you move west in the US, you don't have as many of those ties to the British system. So when we get from the colonies out of the, history is fascinating, but when we get from the colonies out of the colonies, you see it play out in the legal traditions and how each state was founded and by whom and when. It's just really interesting seeing how different and varied the legal traditions are, jurisdiction by jurisdiction. So, Emily, are you fascinated? Yes, it's fascinating. It's different everywhere and it's fascinating. All right. This is yesterday's court, real quick, because we missed
Hear
it.
ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior.
This fucking stream. Not going to let me be great. Why are we glitching during our hear ye's? What are we doing? Emily, are you doing it again? Yeah, that was rude. So rude.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Norfolk. It's
Good morning,
Norfolk.
counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Questions?
Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone's
Refrain from discussing this.
or not?
Refrain from discussing this case with anyone. Number 1.
Affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Independent research was the only thing she asked about today. She said, I talked about the other 2 with you already. Discuss it with anyone. Independent research, not the issue.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone.
Discuss, see, hear, or read anything about the case. Those are the 2 areas that were discussed at Sidebar, because when the court came back to court today, she said, we've already talked about the other 2. So we have some context about the issue. And we have some other context about the issue. And again, thank you, chat, for the not speculating. I went over and looked at Sue O'Connell's Instagram. Sue O'Connell has deleted a tweet that said there were only 17 jurors and apologized and said, no, there are 18 here, which is why I do not bring you guys information unless I have seen it reported by multiple independent sources. So if one person says one thing and 4 people say another thing, I'm going to wait until someone else matches the one thing. All 18 jurors are back in court. And what I have seen reported by numerous sites is that the jurors have moved around. So where the jurors are now sitting has changed. So there was a seating arrangement change, and there were some notes made that some of the jurors, and we've seen the court address the jurors about this before, some of the jurors seemed to be chatting with each other when there were breaks and sidebars. And it seems that the seating arrangements is very much me in elementary school being moved away from the friends you want to chat with. That's the vibe. The seating arrangement has been changed. The court told the jury 2 days ago, the lawyers are trying very hard to bring you this case. You need to pay attention. You need to not face with your face. My words, not the court's. No talking to each other. No talking during breaks. So the jurors' seating arrangement has been changed. Criminally Focused asked a great question. Can they not talk to each other? They can't talk about this case. And if they are talking on sidebars and talking under their breath, the court gave them an admonishment. I forget what day it was. The court gave them an admonishment that it can be disruptive to other jurors. And she said, the lawyers have worked very hard to put this between you or put this before you. What frustrates me is what the court did not say is Karen Reed deserves your attention in this matter. John O'Keefe deserves your attention in this matter. The lawyers are doing a job, right? The lawyers deserve your attention, they do. But the reason the lawyers deserve your attention is because John O'Keefe and Karen Reed deserve your attention. And this case deserves your attention. And so if the jurors are saying things under their breath, you might have a jury that's getting put out with one another. Do jurors snitch on each other? 100%. 100%. Especially if they're already annoyed with each other. And it's possible that they are annoyed with each other. So you can't talk about the case until deliberation at all, period. Talking under your breath, making jokes, it's not going to go well. Because the bailiff's going to try to shut it down, then the court's going to try to shut it down. Can the jurors talk at lunch? Yeah, they can talk about the weather. They can talk about their families. They can talk about their jobs. They will eventually run out of things to talk about, but it's pleasantries. You cannot talk about the lawyers. You cannot talk about the case. You cannot talk about the shoes the lawyers are wearing or whatever. You can't talk about it. Which is really, really hard. It's really hard. I process things by talking about it. But it seems like they broke up. This is, again, from reports in the court, from those who have been in the court day in and day out, that the jury seating arrangement changed. So, the court has already admonished them about not talking. The court has talked to all of them today. Thank you, Miguelina. Miguelina and the mods went and grabbed it. It was Friday that she told them not to talk and pay attention. When we do our, don't worry, when we do our case briefs today, Jordan, we'll clip it in here. It was on Friday, day 17 of trial, that the court admonished the jurors about not speaking. We'll just fix it in post. But it can be an issue. If it's distracting to other jurors, would it distract you? How do you feel if you are at a movie and somebody is talking and you're trying to pay attention? Are you like 100% chat with me all day long, I want commentary? Or are you sitting there going, shut the fuck up? I stop talking. We are in a place that is supposed to be quiet. Stop talking. Have you ever been in a concert where somebody is sat talking directly behind you at the concert? And you're like, I mean, unless it's like tea, because sometimes it's just tea. And I'm like, but sometimes if it is a quiet or acoustic show and people are just like, I'm like, I'm never mad if you sing along. But if you're talking about all the other things, just, what? You're going to sing. But like being in a theater, right? Yes. There are decorum rules. If you are at Costco, do not leave your cart in the middle of the aisle. Just pull to the side or to the end of the aisle. Don't just leave it there and go wander off. There, society has rules. And court is a place where the people who are talking are the lawyers and the witnesses and occasionally the judge. So for the jurors, it's going to be hard. But there is a level of decorum. Society has rules. So, and court has rules. And it can be really distracting. I don't know about you. I am very ADHD. I had to wear like all of the ear protection when I went to take the bar exam because I swear to you, I could hear someone 15 people away breathing and I could not focus because I was sitting there trying to focus, especially if something is hard and boring and I need to use all of my brain. And my ADHD brain was like, noise, noise, noise. What is that noise? What are they unwrapping a candy? Is that a throat lozenge? What do you have over there? Ooh, is it Jolly Ranchers? Is it Ricola? What do you have? Why didn't I bring any candy? I should have brought candy. How many of those are you going to eat? Where are you putting the trash? Are you going to get sticky fingers from your Jolly Ranchers on your computer keyboard? Why are you doing this in the middle of the bar exam? And my brain is off. What am I trying to study and do? I don't know because I am so distracted by whatever is happening over there. I am so highly noise distracted. I wear noise canceling headphones when I stream, not so I can hear myself, but so I can't hear anything else. So if you have a me on the jury trying to listen to scientific witnesses in a murder case talking about light spectrometers of taillight pieces and somebody else is like, what? What are you saying down there? What are you saying? What are you saying down there? I can't focus. I can't focus. What are you saying? What are you talking? Why are you talking? I can't focus because now there is noise and my brain wants the answer to the noise and not the thing I am trying to focus on. So this is why judges are trying to rein it in. Because if some of the jury is like, I'm literally trying to listen and all I can hear are things happening over there, it is incredibly distracting. So I get it. And jurors can't just put on headphones like you can during an exam. So trying to rein in 18 people who don't want to be there. People don't necessarily want to be on jury duty, right? You are trying to rein in 18 people in a small, packed little courtroom to focus on some testimony that's fascinating, some that is most decidedly not, some that is a slog, some that is interesting, on long days where all you are doing is sitting and listening. You can't talk. You can't talk about what you're seeing. You are literally there to just sit and take notes and observe. And they have been doing this for 5 weeks of evidence, 6 weeks if you include jury instruction. In the middle of one of the busiest months of the year for like everybody. May is just busy. So it's hard. And the judge is trying to rein it in. And I feel for the judge because if I were the lawyer in court and the jury was doing things, I would just be like, are you good? Or do we need a break? Or are we okay? Like, what are we doing over there? We good? Not good? And it would make it hard for me to do my job. And I'm sure the same's for the judge. And there are times I've seen the judge looking over towards the jury box. It can be distracting. So, with all of that, I imagine, because there are still 18 jurors, that it is more likely than not a decorum thing, seeing that some of the jurors moved around. The jurors might be at issue with one another. Have you ever had to do a group assignment with 18 people and not like some of those people? And they're the only people you are around day in and day out every day? You didn't choose them. You don't know them. Right. So it seems like there is probably some stuff amongst each other because that is not easy. So I have empathy for the jury. I have empathy for the lawyers, the judge, the parties, the families. All of it is hard. All of it is hard. Susan Jones asked, what kind of notes does the judge take? It is going to vary by judge. But most judges, from my experience, are going to keep track of what exhibits are being entered into evidence, general notes following along with the testimony, because the judges are always listening for objections too. They're going to keep a note of what's being marked as identification and what's being marked as evidence. And then it really just depends on the judge how much more detail they keep, what witnesses are coming in, what number. So they're running tally of what's happening in court for them. So, with all of that, well, Miguelina, there was a sidetrack in there. We'll cut it down in post. With all of that, this morning, the jurors came in one by one to go to sidebar with the court. All 18 jurors were back. Their seats were moved around a bit. And then evidence resumed with a witness out of order, which means they were in the middle of another witness from yesterday. They were in the middle of witness 36 yesterday from the state crime lab, the trace analyst who did matching of the drink glass that was found by the leaf blower team originally by Gallagher. So that witness was interrupted and a witness was called out of order, meaning not in the order the Commonwealth would like that witness to be called. And that witness was the neurosurgeon, Dr. Wolfe, hungry like the, not W-O-L-F-E. Dr. Wolfe's direct examination was about the injuries to the back of John O'Keefe's head and what caused the brain injuries, the type of injury, that the brain injury and the bleeding from the brain injury could cause the bruising and apparent bruising to the eyelids, and that the laceration on the back of the head is consistent with a fall backwards, and talked a lot about the fall backwards. When we got to a brief cross-examination with Attorney Alessi, it was, okay, but you saw that that John O'Keefe, the decedent, had lacerations on his face from the coroner's report. Those wouldn't come from that fall backward, correct? So then they talked briefly about, okay, these other injuries that were noted, those didn't come from the fall backward, correct? Correct. Did this witness testify about how that fall backward was caused? No, they don't know. But they said that the fall backward is what caused that on a flat surface, not something round like a bat, not something acute. I think the other thing Brennan said was a hammer. So to move away from, could it have been a different type of injury? And the neurosurgeon testified, we didn't see that concave break to the skull that you would see with a more acute hit like that. So that's what they were talking about. And then we got back into the scientific evidence from witness number 36, continuing from yesterday, from the state crime lab, and going through the physical match analysis of the broken glass and what pieces fit on it, and then going through the microscopic analysis of the pieces of plastic recovered from John O'Keefe's clothes, the microscopic pieces of plastic recovered from John O'Keefe's clothing, and the pieces of plastic on the taillight housing, and seeing if those are the same type of plastic. So the plastic on John O'Keefe's clothing, it's her opinion, both the clear and red pieces of apparent taillight from John O'Keefe's clothing match in type the plastic from the taillight. So it would have either come from that taillight or something with the similar properties and composition. And that's where we were at when Adam Lally said, I have about 3 minutes left. And the court said, great, we're going to lunch. So now we're on lunch. Yay. And court said they're taking an hour for lunch. So we will probably be back in about a half an hour. I'm going to keep an eye on it. I'm going to take a break because, well, my kiddo is packing and it is needed. So as my kiddo is packing to travel, he's had lots and lots of questions. And so there is definitely time needed to do mom stuff. Today is the last full day of court this week. Half day tomorrow. I'm going to have a very quick hard stop tomorrow. Half day tomorrow. And then no court Friday, no court Monday. So it'll be a long weekend. So we will see. All the lore asked in the chat, doesn't the fall flat conflict with a side swipe? We haven't seen the accident reconstructionist yet explain how someone fell backwards. So I don't know. Could be, could not be. This is going to be I think the most contended issue is how did he fall backwards? And I think the defense is going to keep saying, so a fall backwards could be, because this witness testified a fall backwards, he had worked in Minnesota and said a fall backward could be, and this witness said specifically, in Minnesota, people would be drunk and slip on the sidewalk and fall backwards, and we would see these types of injuries. Or somebody would have a heart attack shoveling snow and fall over backwards, and we would see these types of injuries. So the witness for the prosecution gave numerous examples of these different things can happen and somebody falls backwards. This is consistently a fall backward. What caused that fall backward is very much still in controversy. So we have not seen the Commonwealth's theory for that yet. And I think what we're going to see from the defense is Dr. Wolf, hungry like the, not Dimples. I doubt the defense is going to call Dr. Wolf with an E, Dr. Dimples. But you never know. I keep saying I've never seen anything like this, and we keep not seeing that. So I think we'll see the defense say, Dr. Wolf told you that it's a fall backward. And the Commonwealth's witnesses never explored a different fall backwards. They didn't explore whether it could be a slip when somebody's trying to pull their phone out of their pocket and unlock it with Face ID and read a text while trying to walk. They didn't say if someone could have been knocked over. They didn't say this is this. They didn't close that loop for you. And their witness, Dr. Wolf, said, yes, I've seen these types of injuries in this, in this, in this, in this. And I think the defense would do well to focus on that. It could have been these things. I think the reason the Commonwealth brought up, could it have been a hammer, could it have been a baseball bat, could it have been these things, is because they anticipate the defense might still go in that direction of whether or not there could be a third-party culprit, whether or not there was a fight. Could a fight cause someone to fall backwards? Yeah. Unintentionally as well, or intentionally, but yeah. A scuffle could cause someone to fall backwards. Going in to give somebody a hug when they go to take a step backwards could cause somebody to fall backwards. Like literally all of the possibilities. And I think we'll see the defense say, and they never investigated this, right. And their witness said, it could be this, it could be this, it could be that. And I think the argument that law enforcement never followed up on any of those possibilities is one of their stronger arguments. So we'll see how that develops with the accident reconstructionist. We haven't seen that yet. I think we will see that next week. I don't think we'll get to the accident reconstructionist at the end of this week. Who will they call today? I don't know. But we'll see. I'm going to take a bit of a lunch to go how about tea, and we will see. But those are the witnesses so far this morning. Chat, I'm going to put on our court video that's not going to, I'm going to use our original music. Because we're going to have a bit of a longer break today. So Magdalena, I'm going to put on our other video with a bit of a longer break because, well, we might need it. So, law nerds, I will let you know in the app when we are back. We have almost 100,000 law nerds in the app. I am excited. Team Baker is excited. We like letting you know because you know what's going to happen? At some point, the defense witnesses are going to be up and you're going to want to know when things happen. And today, if you're like, can you just get back to me when it's not foundational evidence? I can. Go to lunch. We'll tell you in the app when we're back from lunch. We'll tell you in the app when we move on to the next witness. If you're like, I need 45 minutes to get some shit done in my life, go get it done. You're not going to miss anything. We are going to continue doing another like 10 minutes of foundational evidence. And then the defense is going to get up and say, okay, so this glass matched that glass. Do you know where that glass came from? No? Okay. Do you know how it got there? No. Do you know how it got broken? No. Do you know how those pieces got on the victim's clothes? No. Do you know how the taillight got broken? No. Okay, you didn't know any of this? Okay, and that's going to be it. That's going to be it. All righty, law nerds, mods, make sure you take a break. Hydrate, chat, take a break. Don't worry, I'll let you know. I'll let you know when we're back. I'll let you know, and we'll let you know in the app. Have a good lunch. I will see you guys soon, and we'll see what happens on the rest of day 20, because Lord, a lot has happened today, and well, we're just going to keep seeing what happens. I'll see you guys soon. Emily, can you play your video? No. Why would we be able to do that? Well, streaming is dynamic. You know, members who watch me record the podcast, you know this is how it is. I'll see you guys after lunch. No, I added this wrong. I don't want this to echo. Hold on. Come on back. Emily, you said you were going to do this so it didn't have an echo, and I think I did it wrong. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure I didn't, because what I don't want is for y'all to have an echo, because that is literally maddening for me. So let's try this one more time, Law Nerds. There we go. Perfect. Hey Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. trying to stay in the loop with this trial. I know sometimes it's hard if you miss a day. That's why I've got daily case briefs dropping over on the Emily Show YouTube channel and the Emily Show audio feed on your favorite podcast app, so you can stay in the loop even when things get busy. Court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Lawnerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break. The Lawnerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Hey Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during Verdict Watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Trying to stay in the loop with this trial? I know sometimes it's hard if you miss a day. That's why I've got daily case briefs dropping over on the Emily Show YouTube channel and the Emily Show audio feed on your favorite podcast app, so you can stay in the loop even when things get busy. Court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Hello, law nerds. Did I pull my hair back so I could eat? Yes. Yes, I did. Was I running around with Travis doing? Yes. It's busy. Did we also post on Instagram? Yeah, we did. All the things. It was lunch. We did all the things. We did all the things. All the things. And we hit 100,000 law nerds in the app, which is it's just a crazy and incredible and amazing thing. We built the app because we wanted to keep y'all in the loop. And honestly, Emily, are you going to spill all the tea? Sure, why not? Yeah, we had a text crew. It was US only, which was a frustration, but we had a text crew during previous trials. And in the middle of a very large trial, our text crew grew quite a bit. And in the middle of that, the company not only disconnected our text crew, but then said, hey, we're changing all of our pricing and it goes into effect immediately. And I said to the team, at the end of this trial, fuck them. We are going to get through this trial. And then we are done. Like, I am not doing this. I am not doing this with this company. Like, how dare you? As we are having explosive growth in the middle of the trial, and we're trying to keep the law nerds in the loop about what's happening, you're going to turn off our messaging and change the contract and be like, sign it or don't. And change the price and change the pricing. Like 10x change the pricing. No. We'll find another solution. And we did. So law nerds, thank you. There are 100,000 of you in the app. Emily, how much of the things that you do are based on, yeah, fine, we'll do it our fucking selves? Most of them. If you'll work with us, we'll work with you. But if you're going to try to fuck with the law nerds, you can fuck yourself. So we were done. And I've had people with millions and millions of subscriber YouTube channels reach out and ask me about my experience with our text crew company. And oh boy, the things that I shared. Oh boy. I was like, you want to know how that went? Let me tell you how that went. So we built our app because, it was not a great experience in the middle of trial. I have rarely been that mad. I have rarely been that mad. Oh, wait, I get to block somebody else. Hold on. Sweet. Sorry, it's going to happen today. So yeah, that was a delight. So let's get back to court. We've got 100,000 of you in the app that we built that is ours. And we can just keep you in the loop no matter where you live and let you know what's going on. And you can decide how you get notified, when you get notified, and what that looks like. It's just, I love it. It gives you the control of like notifications on, notifications off, whatever it's going to be, given the day, given your life. You can stay in the loop as much or as little as you want. I'm just so thrilled with it. And I love giving you the choice. It's Shelby, it happens, but also my feelings, Shelby's like, you're so happy blocking people. Look, here's my feelings. If you're going to come in and fuck with the law nerds, you're fucking with me. Fuck you. Don't come in and start shit. We will have conversations. We will talk about the things. But if there is a chat that's just like trying to shake the hornet's nest of our channel, gone. And that's not based on different opinions. People can disagree with me all day long. We should. Guess what? 18 jurors, 12 deliberate. They're going to have different opinions. We can talk about it. We can all have different opinions. Some of you like Pepsi. It's fine. We can all have different opinions. We can chat about them. We can be respectful of them. We can learn from each other. We're humans. We should learn from each other. But the fact that the channel becomes one of the biggest streams on the platform and the biggest trial stream on the platform brings in people who just want to stir up shit because they think they can do that here. They can't. Other places on the internet, they can. We have different rules. So no, you're not going to come in here and do that. I know. Look, I moved from Southern California to Tennessee. And I worked the snack bar. I love working the snack bar. We'll talk about me working the snack bar another day because we're going to go back to court. I'm trying to give ourselves some Zoom room so we can put this at 1.25 and get through it. The number one thing that sells out at the snack bar, every single time. Every single time, Dr. Pepper. Every single time. Every single time, it is Dr. Pepper. Every single time. But if people are going to come in to try to shake things up, they're going to go. They're just going to go. Ruger said, wait, what's wrong with Pepsi? I didn't say anything was wrong with Pepsi. I just said that we can have differences of opinion. I'm not a Pepsi person. It is fine. You are or you aren't with Pepsi. You are a Pepsi person or you're not. Sometimes you go to a restaurant, you're like, can I get a Coke? And they're like, is Pepsi okay? And you go, absolutely not. I'll take a root beer. It just depends. It just depends. We all have different things that we enjoy. It is fair. It is fair. I've been absolutely, chat, you guys know me too well. Absolutely. Chatter like, right, Emily, we forgive you. You like candy corn. That's fair. I do. I do like candy corn. I mean, it's just what it is. Laura, exactly. Laura's like candy corn. Right. I also like black licorice. I mean, we could do this all day long. We should go back to court. But it is what it is. We can have differences of opinions. And we were having a great conversation in the comments yesterday. Some people are like, I don't agree with how you see this. I'm like, that's perfectly fine. I'm just giving you how I see it. The jury's not me. I can't step back from being in law for 20 plus years. I can't step back from that. I can only tell you how I see it through my experiences. And I love hearing, oh, I see it this way through your experiences. I love it because the jurors are not me. I can only tell you my experiences. And I am very good, because lawyer brain, at saying some people may see it this way, some people may see it this way, and this is how the evidence is coming in from my perspective, which is why I love having a conversation about it, because it's great. And when we are the #1 trial stream, as we have been, we have had the most live concurrent viewers of any stream streaming the trial since Depp heard. Every trial I've covered, people will come in and try to just shake up the chat for attention. No, the law nerds are here. We're not paying attention to people who just want attention. Go get hugs elsewhere. Well, the law nerds would give a hug if you didn't come in acting like a dick. When people come in acting like a dick, you're not going to get a hug here. All right, go troll elsewhere. Let's continue on. The international law crew is like, Emily, candy corn? The chat will explain. The chat will explain. Let's just go, shall we? We should go back to court. Who knows what the rest of today will bring? All of you were like, snack bar. I'm a band parent. It includes volunteer hours. And snack bar is my favorite thing to do. Mike Newell said from sidebar to snack bar. Look, snack bar is a perfect job for Emily. You are busy and then you are done. I love it. It was like working retail. I loved working retail. It's like, bye. Snack bar is the same way. So, yeah. Band parent. It comes with duties. Let's continue with this witness on the stand. Attorney Lally said he had literally 3 minutes left. And then the court's like, great, we're going to lunch. Why? I don't know why. Literally let the man just finish.
When we left off, you were discussing...
for real. Just let him be done.
Comparative analysis you did between item 7-18.18, Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and item 3-1, the taillight housing or the plastic within the taillight.
Adam Lally. Look at that question. Do y'all see the beauty of that question? Let's just back up and let Adam Lally live for a minute. Look at that question after the lunch break. This is what I was just saying before the lunch break. Hey, can you remind us what the thing is when you ask the question? And look at that question. This item number, this thing, this item number, this thing. We love it. It's so easy to follow. Thanks, Lally. You've helped all of us stay
Whenever you're ready.
moderately connected to the testimony.
Now, Ms. Hanley, when we left off, you were discussing the comparative analysis you did between item 7-18.18, Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and item 3-1, the taillight housing or the plastic within the taillight housing of the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
And there were a number of different instruments that you used through the course of your examination and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
Look at that.
And what were those instruments that you used again in that portion of the analysis?
I know we're back to spectrometers.
Sure. So I used a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, an FTIR, and a Microspec.
Sorry, Microspec.
And
That's
you
4
want me to
things.
approach?
Yes.
We are still on direct of witness 36 from the crime lab, who does trace,
3 documents, if you could
among other cool things.
And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And starting with the first page of that 3 pages, what do you recognize that?
It is the FTIR comparison data for the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And if I could direct your attention to the second page within that, what do you recognize that?
So this is also FTIR comparison data.
These are going to be charts.
For the red plastic from item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And lastly, the third page within that set.
I appreciate that he reoriented the jury to what we're talking about.
This is the comparison data from the Microspec, from the red plastic from the item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
Lally's admitting those 3 graphs as exhibits.
You want them marked individually, or you going to set?
Individually, please.
Oh, really? Why not just mark them together?
Thank you.
Oh, okay. They're marking those individually. I'm going to zoom while the clerk marks, or the court reporter marks those. And
Plastic material from the debris.
I'm sure
from
they're gonna put this
John
up.
O'Keefe's clothing and the clear plastic material from the defendant's taillight. What were your conclusions from that analysis?
Sure. Upon comparison, the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the clear plastic from item 3-1. Accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish, and I'm sorry, I forgot already the exhibit
So,
numbers, but
the
Ms. Gilman, if I could
clear
have the
plastic
clear plastic.
from John O'Keefe's clothing is consistent with the clear plastic
And
from
Ms.
Karen Reed's
Hanley,
vehicle
Can you describe for the jury what we're looking
and
at?
could be
in-
from
in
that
this-
source or a similar source.
What's up on the screen right now?
And that is the
Sure.
chart.
So this is the FTIR
The top is the
comparison data
taillight housing and the bottom is
clear
the
plastic
material from the
item
clothing.
3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom.
Huh? The top one is 3.1. This bottom one is 7-18.18,
The top,
which you probably can't see from there.
That's okay.
I don't know what happened in court, but Adam Lally said, I apologize, Your Honor, and the whole courtroom laughed. I feel like I don't have the volume all the way up. It's all the way up. He walked away from the mic.
That's okay.
Hold on. Like everybody laughed.
the top,
Oh, somebody said the computer was playing music.
the top,
Oh, wait. Emily, are you gaining this back up? Yeah, I am. There was just a little bit of laughter. Why? Because any attorney who's ever had their phone go off in court, I don't know if that's what it is, needs a moment of other attorneys having that happen to them in court. Yep.
There's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom here.
So I backed up.
The top,
Sorry, I apologize, Your Honor.
That's okay.
That's funny.
the
I couldn't identify what it was. Don't care.
spectrum
That was funny.
is item 3-1, and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, when you're comparing these two as far as the data that you receive, what is it specifically that you're looking at in your comparison
that
as
back
far
down.
as the data is concerned?
That was funny.
So when
Closed
I'm
captioning's at the top of
comparing
the screen.
the spectra, I'm looking at the peaks in each sample to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention to the red plastic
Chad, I'm
material.
with you. I'm super disappointed that there's a gag order because the 100% I would want to know, and I would want to ask Lally, tell me everything about, name that ringtone, if it's a ringtone. I'm just guessing at this point.
From the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing.
It's funnier to me
and
personally.
The red plastic from the
For personal
passenger side
reasons.
taillight of the defendant's vehicle. What did you conclude in your analysis there?
So upon comparison, the red plastic from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the red plastic from item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the red plastic data. And Ms. Hanley, directing your attention to the screen again with the laser pointer, if you could delineate for the jury as far as which set of data is associated with which item.
So the top spectrum is item 3-1, and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And again, if you could just direct the jury's attention with that laser pointer to the areas as far as the data peaks and valleys that you're looking at in comparison of this data.
So when I'm comparing them, I'm comparing the peaks to each other in each of the spectra to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And in this case, you found them to be consistent, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, if I could have the Microspec data. And Ms. Hanley, if you could describe for the jury, please, what are we looking at in this particular?
So I did go look and see if anybody had any reporting from the courtroom. And yes, it was a member of the press pool that accidentally hit play on the music in court and apologized to the judge, and the judge and the courtroom were kind of laughing. So that is what that was. Not Lally's cell phone. Though in my brain, I'm still hoping that the lawyers have moments of levity, but so did the reporters. The reporters have laptops in court. You can see them sometimes when they zoom past, but that is probably embarrassing for the media who is like trying to do something. So to the media that's just trying to watch us, I'm going to just wildly speculate. Chat, sometimes I can, it's my channel. That they were just watching our fun hold music over the lunch break to see when we were coming back. Emily, that's not what's happening. No, 100% not. But it would be funnier if it was. And I'm going with the funnier option.
Data set.
I'm picking the funny option.
So this is the comparison data from the Microspec of the red plastic from item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
And as far as the data in any Microspec, but particularly this one up on the screen, using that laser pointer, could you illustrate to the jury sort of what these individual lines or what this data means?
So these are the samples that I ran, and they samples that I ran from item 3-1 and 7-18.18, and the spectra are overlaid in order to determine, to look at it and to determine whether they have a consistent or not consistent pattern.
And from overlaying the data from the pieces of plastic from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the pieces of plastic from the defendant's taillight, what do you observe as far as from overlaying those two sort of data points?
So I determined that that they had consistent microspec data.
Again, if you could just remind the jury as far as the microspec data, what type of data is that?
So the microspec, it analyzes samples that have color. So it provides information of a sample's dyes or pigments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
And we're on to cross, which I imagine will be, you don't know how that got there, right? You don't know what happened to those clothes before they got to the lab, right?
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. We met about a year ago.
This poor witness is like, the last thing I want to do in my life is testify in a contentious high-profile trial that is streamed. No, lab witnesses are like, I just want to do my job. I just want to do my job. I just want to do my job. I just want to do my job.
First things first, you were just talking about some plastic pieces in 7-18.8, correct?
It was 7-18.18.
0.18, I left the one out. 7-18.18. We're dealing with a lot of numbers. I'm going to see if we can cut through that here in a second. Sure. First of all, you indicated that you were doing a comparative analysis in different, sort of different categorical ways, using microscopy, using the microspec, using the FTIR. I think you also use the FTIR in that as well?
Yes.
And you indicated that your analysis concluded with those pieces could have come from the same source, from the source that in 3-1, the taillight. But you're not conclusively saying they did, correct?
It could have come from, they could have a common origin, or it could have come from another source with the same characteristics.
Right. So in other words, another way to say that, Ms. Hanley, is it may have come from the taillight, may not have.
It's a possibility.
Okay.
Another source with the same characteristic.
I also want to ask you real quick about the taillight manufacturer. You were shown an exhibit, I think it's exhibit 200, and I think we have that available. With the court's permission, we don't have to cut the lights. I think the lighting is just fine. This is exhibit, or a photograph of exhibit 200 that you saw just a second ago. Quick question about that. In your inspection of that taillight, it's true, is it not, that that is manufactured entirely of plastic or plasticine pieces? There is no glass in that taillight, correct?
I have to check my notes. I don't think I noted any glass.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't note any glass inherent in the manufacture of that taillight. It's basically plastic.
Yeah, I think most of the parts were plastic. I'm not 100% sure if the entire thing was plastic. There may have been other material, but portions were plastic.
But you certainly didn't see any glass inherent in the manufacture process.
I'd have to double check my notes, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
Do you want her to check her notes?
Why don't you? Are your notes in front of you?
Yes.
With the court's permission.
Sure.
All right. I'm going to let her check her notes while we check the zoom, because she would have taken notes on everything she observed and looked at, and she doesn't have it in front of her. She doesn't have the taillight piece to look at.
Okay, so I did
So if they
not
wanted
make
to be extra, they could
any
go grab
notation
it.
that I noted portions that were glass.
Great. final point before we get into the actual analysis, on any of the glass, I want to shift gears to just the glass material that you analyzed and that you looked at and you inspected. You saw no blood, no skin, no biological material, no tissue, human tissue or otherwise, on any of those pieces that you inspected, did you?
Upon examination of those items, making observations of those types of material, that's not my area of expertise. I don't think I noted anything that was maybe consistent with that.
So in other words, even though you're not in the bio material expert,
that's not her area. It would have gone there
section of
before
the lab, you certainly would have
that.
noted if there was skin or biological material or obvious blood on glass pieces. You were looking at them in many cases through a...
It would go to the different section before it comes to her.
Yes, I would have made note of observations of anything that I would have noted on the surface.
Great, and you did not, because you didn't see anything that was suggestive of that, correct?
I think I just made note, I have to check each item, but I think I did note that there was some dirt debris on some of the items.
But not biological material.
I did not note anything that would be maybe consistent with that.
Great, thank you. I want to talk about the comparisons that you did.
Not her department.
And you'll forgive
Would have
me, I'm
gone through a different
visual
department
learner, so
before it gets to her.
I'd like to talk about it in 4 categories.
Okay.
Linear categories. Category 1, item 3-2. Category 2, item 3-3.
Also, for the lab, a lot of you are saying, why can't she just say there's no glass? She wasn't checking the entire taillight to see if any portion of the taillight and any facet could be made out of glass. And she wasn't unscrewing the taillight casing to see if any of the interior components were made of glass. So she's not just going to say, no, there's no glass. She was testing the plastic to the plastic, so she wasn't searching the entire thing. And there's other pieces in there that were like white-ish. If she's not checking them, can she say that that piece does not contain any part that is glass? She's not going to say that because she didn't test it with a microscope to know. So no, she's not going to say no. She's going to say, I was testing this and this, and I didn't note that, because that's her job. Because then it's like, okay, well, what if you took the screws off the back of the taillight casing and then there's glass in there? Did you miss that? So it's not as simple as that with scientific witnesses. So they're going to be thorough in what they noted and what they didn't note, because there could be glass somewhere inside that casing that she doesn't know about. 100%, that's not what she was testing for. So,
Category 3, item 7-12.
well, I get to give you explanation because I'm not on cross-examination. She's on cross.
3-2.
Easier for me than for her.
7-12, 7-14. Can we talk about it in those particulars?
Sure.
Okay. 3-2.
She didn't get the taillight from the manufacturer.
cup.
She got the taillight
That's
from
correct.
Okay.
the crime scene analyst who took it out of the car.
Glass for obvious reasons.
And then it went through
By that. So when I say
3 other lab techs
cup,
before she got it.
do you know what I'm talking
4 other
about?
lab techs before she got it.
Item 3-2.
Great. 3-3 are the 5 items that were found on the bumper, claimed to have been found on the bumper by MSP or the crime. Okay?
Yes.
5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Item 7-12 are 9 items, glass items, that were recovered at 34 Fairview by Trooper Buchanan in an evidence envelope, correct?
I thought he was going to do this.
So sustained as to who they were recovered from?
Sure. Did you receive the items along with an evidence envelope?
I
She would have photographed
need
it.
to double check if it was an envelope, but I received it packaged.
Okay. And the packaging normally, under normal circumstances, the packaging comes with
Is it an
labels.
envelope?
It
I don't
gives
know.
you
It was
reference
packaged.
about
I would
where
need a
things
picture to
came
see if
from.
it's
For instance,
technically
when
an
Mr.
envelope.
Lally asked you,
Science.
were you aware or did you become aware that items were claimed to have been found on the bumper? You didn't actually find those items, but that was the description you were given, correct?
Yes.
That was the description of the item in our limb system.
Okay. And going back to 7-12, that's our third category, was that described as 9 pieces of glass that were found at 34 Fairview by a sergeant by the name of Buchanan? Or do you recall that?
I am not sure who recovered them.
Or what it said on the evidence envelope? That's what I'm asking.
I would have to check my photos to see if it says that.
We'll get to that in just a second. But fair enough. 7-12, 9 items.
Right.
A, B, C, D, E. And if my memory serves,
I mean,
I, K, and L.
I'd have to refer to my notes to.
Can you please?
Yes.
we're now having a memory competition with Alan Jackson and this witness. I assume the point that he is going to make is what fit, what didn't, and where did it come from? What fit to what didn't fit, and where did all those things come from, and from whom did they come from?
So the 9 pieces of glass from 712 were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Great. And then finally, what was in 714, that's an easy one, 1 piece of glass.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I also wonder if Jackson's going to get into what pieces didn't fit, because the prosecution just kind of zooms over that part. And what doesn't fit. All right, as he approaches, we're going to hand her the evidence.
I'm going to hand you photographs. That should be 2 photographs of the exact same thing. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I've never seen. I did not take this photo.
Understood.
So I'm not. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
So I'm asking you to look. I know you haven't seen that photo. Does it look like the cup?
It looks consistent with the cup.
Okay. Take a look at the second photo. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
So I did not take this phodo.
She's like, whose photo are you
it
showing me?
appears to be
These are not
a
mine.
photo of a container that
Emily, do you want to put your hair up?
another analyst took a photo of item 7-12.
No.
And item 7-12 once again included plastic pieces and 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you see the evidence label on the very top of that evidence envelope?
I'm not sure which label you're talking about.
One under the red tape.
Yes.
Does that appear to be a label marker that's done to maintain chain of custody?
She's like, I don't know what the fuck they did. I'm choosing my words, not hers.
So
Those
I
are
think
not her photos, and that is the problem. They were her photos, this would go much faster.
Sorry.
Sure, can we bring these over to the side?
Sure.
Okay. Those are not her photos. I don't know why they're not using her photos. She would have taken photos of how she received things. Why are they using these other photos? I don't know. But again, a witness is not going to be like, oh, I know exactly what that is. I didn't take this photo. I don't know where this photo came from. And they are very mindful of things being presented to them that they don't know, because you don't know. And witnesses, especially scientific witnesses, are very careful of staying in their lane, or at least they should be. So when those of you asked if the media has laptops, do you see the laptops up on the bar back there? Let us zoom past this sidebar of the photos, but yes. Does it surprise me that scientific witnesses are careful? No. By nature, scientists tend to be real careful anyway. It seems to be a career that people self-select into because they like attention to detail, and their jobs are literally 100% attention to detail. So that's what she is looking at. For those of you asking if that's media, at the back bar, what we are looking at is the gallery with victims, friends, and family, and then there's a bar behind it, and then laptops. That is the media back behind that. It is a very, very, very small courtroom. Incredibly small courtroom.
Your time that way. This jurors sometimes we're at sidebar in an effort to try and speed things up. So even though we take your time that way, this should make things move a little easier.
Okay.
So you can cut back from that.
Thank you. Ms. Hanley, I was asking you previously, we already looked at what's been marked for identification as triple G. I was asking you about what has now been marked as triple H. If you'll just look at that, what I'm most interested in is, do you see a name, a trooper's name, in the middle of that evidence bag?
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay. And just so we're clear, that bag is associated with 7-12 of your analysis. The item 7-12, correct?
Yes, again, I didn't take this photo, but I have, yeah.
I realize that. It says 7-12
Yeah.
right on the photo.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. That's all I need. Taking a look at what's been marked as triple I for identification. Do you see a name associated with that evidence bag?
Yes.
What name is that?
It's actually a little hard to read. It looks like it could say Trooper Proctor.
Okay. And that is associated with 7-14, our fourth category, correct?
It is labeled as, excuse me, 7-14.
Thank you. And finally, does that, which has been marked as, for identification at least, as triple J, does that appear to be the contents of that bag, which is a single piece of glass in 7-14?
This appears to be the photo that the analyst prior to me took of item 7-14.
And that would be Analyst Valier.
Correct.
You see her initials there.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. She's like, I can talk to you about what people from my lab
The
did,
four categories,
but I don't know what any of these other
just so
folks
we're
did.
clear and we can stop
Like,
using so many numbers because they can get confusing.
Didn't I say? The defense is going to want to name the items so it's not confusing. The clothes, glass from the bumper, glass from the house, glass from the yard, those sorts of things.
3-2 is the cup, right?
Yes.
3-3 is the bumper glass, correct?
That is correct.
7-12 is the Buchanan glass, correct? You just looked at it.
Yes.
Okay. 7-14 is the Proctor glass, the single piece, correct?
Correct.
So when I make reference to those items,
See?
by those
He's
names,
tying them back
you'll
to
know what I'm
who
talking
collected them. She's
Yeah.
like, can we just call them 7-12, please?
No, I just, I'm just used to referring to them to the item numbers, but I will try to stay with you.
My brain will melt if we continue that way.
You should do it both, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Any way that you wish.
Jackson's like, my brain will melt if we keep talking about 7-18. No, it's not that. It's that the jury needs to know where they came from. And the jury needs to know this item was collected by Proctor. This item was collected by Buchanan. This item was collected by who's-he what's it. Reminding the jury who touched these. And the defense strategy is consistent with saying Proctor. It's like bravo, fucking bravo up in here. Because if the Commonwealth strategy is to not call Proctor, the defense wants the jury to hear Proctor's name in connection to what he touched as much as humanly possible. So that the jury is sitting there going, well, where is Proctor? Well, where is Proctor? So humanizing it to the jury of like, these numbers are making my mind melt is not it. The numbers, Jackson can keep track of the numbers. He wants the jury to hear who collected it and where they collected it and what it is. And they want to remind the jurors, this came from here, this came from there, and tie it back. Also, they want the jury to listen to what they're saying, and they don't want the jury's mind to melt. And they're probably feeling that way. And that's a moment where he can say to the jury, without saying to the jury, yeah, we're in the same boat. It is kind of boring, but pay attention. Proctor touched this.
I have another document that I would
is
like
fully
to
a strategy.
approach with, if I could, with court permission. Okay. Thank you.
And it is a solid strategy.
I'd like you to take a look at that.
Because even from the chat, I can see your eyes glazing over. It's like,
yes.
Okay. Saw it last year, correct? Or something close to it last year?
Yeah, it looks consistent.
Okay.
Okay. If there are any others, Mr. Jackson, we're within all the...
if there are any other issues, bring them up now. The Commonwealth is objecting and approaching regarding the pictures. I am going to zoom past this sidebar. Why are there sidebars? To deal with issues. To deal with issues that they can't deal with in front of the jury and to talk through those issues. We don't have much zoom room, so we are almost out of zoom room.
So I think I gave somebody the copy that I was using. I need a copy.
If I may approach?
Yes.
The court's like, can I have a copy, please?
Thank you.
What are we doing? All right. I'm going to zoom.
If I could ask you very briefly.
All right, there we go. Back to
If I could ask
testimony.
you very briefly. I want to go through this chalk with you for a moment.
Whose photos are
Do you
these?
recognize something on the left? Look at the first category. Do you see 3-2?
Yes.
How is that described?
It's described as a cup.
Okay, and you see that there's a photographic representation of the cup just above it, correct?
It looks consistent with...
Okay. Moving to the second category. What category is that?
It's item 3-3.
And 3-3, first of all, there's a photograph above it. Do you see that?
Yes.
Appears to be of a bumper, correct?
Yes.
You didn't take that picture.
I did not.
Okay, let's look down beneath it. You indicated that there were 5 items in 3-3. A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Do you see A, B, C, D, and E represented in that category on this chalk?
I do see A, B, C, D, E categorized, yes.
Great. Under A, you previously testified that the bumper glass sub A in 3-3 did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Did not match anything in 7-12?
Sorry, just give me one
Those
moment.
are small photos.
That's correct.
And did not match anything in 7-14?
That's correct.
And you see those represented by sort of the international symbol for negative, correct? A circle with a line through it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Under subcategory B.
They don't match.
Glass B, or item.
Jackson's up in there just with the,
Did not
like,
match the cup, did not match 7-12, did not match the cup.
That's
Is
correct.
that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Finally, with regard to E as an echo in that same item, 3-3, you see that there is a green indication that glass recovered by Proctor does match, or did match in your analysis, or was consistent with the item in 7-14, correct?
It was consistent microscopically and instrumentally.
Does that accurately reflect that finding on this chalk?
this is an exhibit the defense has created to show what matches and what doesn't to try to simplify this evidence.
Now, turning to
But the witness has to
three.
say that it's accurate before it can be
There
shown to
were
the jury.
9
It's a
pieces of glass
demonstrative,
looked
not a
at,
piece of
correct?
evidence.
Correct.
They want the jury to
F,
see what matches and what doesn't.
I, K, and L. Is that right?
If I could just reference my report to make sure.
Of course.
So this is a chalk that the defense has created that they're showing this witness and asking, does this accurately summarize what you found?
Yes,
and
those
she's
are
like,
the
let me go
correct
through and see.
letters.
And A, B, C, D, F, and K all matched the cup, correct?
Again, I would just need to confirm with my report.
Take your time.
For all of you asking, what does chalk mean? That is what they call demonstratives in Massachusetts. So it is the word for a demonstrative. It's not a piece of evidence. It is something to demonstrate something to the jury, and it doesn't get marked into evidence. It is identified
So,
as a chalk, like a piece of chalk you would write on a blackboard
C,
with.
D, F, and K
All matched the cup.
had a physical match to 3-2, the cup.
Is that accurately represented on this chart? With green.
Yes.
And E is in Echo, I is in India, and I think that's L is in Lima, did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, is that accurately represented on this chart?
Yes.
And finally, the last category, 7-14, that is the single piece of glass that was recovered by Trooper Proctor. That did not match the cup, and it did not match anything in 7-12, correct? And if you need to check your notes, feel free.
And for those of you that may ask, why is this taking a minute? Because
Yes, that's correct.
she didn't create this, and she's being asked to
Yes.
process a lot of information and make sure they get it right. Why? Because lawyers get it wrong, and she is not going to co-sign something that they created if she doesn't get to check it.
Of triple K.
Okay, I'm going to allow it in.
205.
All right, and that has now been marked into evidence as an exhibit because she has confirmed that everything on it is accurate, and the court allowed it into evidence. It's probably what they went to sidebar about is the prosecution's objection on that.
Hey, come on over for a second. Actually, have those redactions,
There were
Have those been
redactions at issue.
done?
It has been done. And I was going to explain the sidebar.
All right, then come on over.
So there were redactions at issue. Why are they going back and forth to sidebar? Because the defense made a demonstrative that the Commonwealth, it seems like, hadn't seen. So there were issues with redactions before the defense puts this in front of the jury. And so we're going to zoom as much as we can before we get to real time. And that's not uncommon. The defense can use summary exhibits with a witness. The summary exhibit has to be accurate.
Request permission to publish.
Yes.
Ms.
So now
Hanley,
they
you
are
see
publishing it, which I'm really
chalk that's
interested
been- or
to see.
Actually, what's been marked as
Like,
Exhibit
let's go.
205 in evidence on the screen.
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you and I were just talking about at the witness stand?
Yes.
If you'll direct your attention to the screen.
So what was matched? What was not matched? They did not do this last trial. For all of you that are like, I don't remember this. They didn't do this last trial. I think it's very helpful
Right.
that they did. They talked about it in
Just because
closing.
it's a little easier, and I think
that's a
the
real
laser
helpful
pointer shows
exhibit
up
for
a
the
little
defense.
better. Do you see the four categories represented in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So 3-2, I'm going to go over it very quickly one more time, just visually.
Yeah.
3-2 on the left.
Easy to
is
understand.
The cup, correct?
Yes.
3-3
Great use of summary.
represents the 5 pieces of glass of what we call the bumper glass, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yes.
7-12 is the 9 pieces of glass recovered by Trooper Buchanan at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And finally, 7-14 is the glass.
It's a
single piece of
great
glass
visual representation of the
recovered by
testimony.
Proctor, correct?
I agree with you.
Yes.
Taking these one by one, just so everybody see. Taking these one by one, looking at starting with the bumper glass, category 2. Piece A did not match the cup, anything in 7-12 or anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
Piece B did not match the cup, did not match anything in 7-12, did not match anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And moving over to category 3, there were some matches in these 9 items, 6 of them, A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes.
But what those matched, Ms. Hanley, with a cup, nothing on the bumper, correct?
Correct.
And what didn't match the cup were E, I, and L. Is that right?
That's correct.
Moving back to category 2, however,
So why
there was one thing.
the glass on the bumper doesn't match the broken glass that was found in the snow? That is what they are getting at. Look, all the bumper glass doesn't match what was found in 3-2 by the leaf blower crew.
Item E, that did match something in this series of categories. Isn't that right?
Not a physical match, but instrumentally there was consistency.
All right. And this was an item, the only piece of bumper glass, the only piece of bumper glass to match anything else in your analysis. Matched
You see where he's
what?
going with that?
It's consistent with what?
Item 3-3, piece E, was consistent in physical and instrumental properties with the sample that I took from item 7-14.
Which is the single piece of glass recovered by Microscope, correct?
Yes.
But not a single piece of glass, nothing that you analyzed.
So what the defense is getting to, and AJ walked away from the mic, which is a whole situation, but here's what he's getting to. The bumper glass 3-3. Items A and B do not match the cup in 3-2, do not match anything from 7-12, and do not match anything from 7-14. 3-3E, which they have titled Glass Recovered by Proctor, matches, he said, 7-14. What's hard is that this demonstrative does not identify easily what it matches, but when they're lighting it up in green at the bottom there, they're titling it. So 3-3E matches 7-14, not by physical fit, not by like puzzle pieces, but by chemical properties, by the looking at it through the microphone, looking at it through the microscope and the rest of it. But that was recovered from the bumper. So off the bumper of the Lexus, you have A and B that don't match any of the other shit. And then you have E that matches 7-14 recovered by Proctor from the scene. What we don't have is the date. We'll fill in the gaps later. But what was recovered off of the bumper, one piece from the bumper matches one piece recovered from 34 Fairview by Proctor in 7-14. The glass in 7-14 does not match the cup in 3-2 or anything recovered in 7-12. And those two things do not physically match like a puzzle piece. Those two things match through the microscopic analysis of their properties. So, where did the glass on the bumper come from if it doesn't match 3-2, which is the glass found at the scene? Right? This is where the defense is going. They want this in so they can argue this in closing arguments. 7-12, A, B, C, D, F, K matches 3-2 in those manual match, but does not match 7-14 or 3-3. So I think this is a really helpful way to demonstrate visually for the jury what came from each of those places and what from each of those places match. It's why they keep asking, was there any glass in the taillight? Because what they don't want is the jurors going, I mean, well, there could be glass in the taillight, so maybe that's how it got on the bumper. They want to close some of those loops so that there isn't a supplemental answer. So this is very helpful, I think, to visualize what came from where and what matches with what. And the witnesses narrowing down, those weren't physical matches. We didn't like line up the edges, but the chemical properties were the same from the visual analysis. Okay, let us continue. Are we all on the same page? All right. I think it's a great demonstrative. I think it's a great use of demonstrative. So let's continue on.
Coming from that bumper, matched the cup. Did it? Nothing.
Physical match comparison. There was no physical match comparison to the cup.
Are we done with this, Mr. Jackson?
We can.
I don't know
can take this down
if you're all the way done with it, but I think it's really, really helpful. And I think it'll make more sense when they get to closing to say, because that allows the argument to be made at closing, isn't it weird what matches and what doesn't? It allows those arguments and the defense arguments.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Go back through doubt, and we're done with cross. It's a great visual. It's a really good use of visual, and it's building. The jury doesn't need to all get it now. If the jury is sitting there with their eyes glassed over, it doesn't matter. The jury doesn't need to get it now. The jury needs to go, huh? And then those things come back around in closing. Remember, these are the things that matched. These are the things that didn't. And then those arguments get made. These are just laying those foundations for the arguments later. All right, let's continue on. That was user error. I was just trying to hit resume.
As far as the 4 photographs
All right,
that were
that's Adam Lally.
With a cup, nothing on the bumper.
That's Jackson. Let me zoom till Jackson finishes his cross. I think it's a great demonstrative, but you've heard me say that a million times. It just makes it easy to understand and to show what came from where. Great points made with this witness. It took some time to get there. It's fair.
Are we done with this, Mr. Jackson?
All right, I'm going to zoom because now we're going to redirect with Attorney Lally. Keeping track of all those numbers is complicated. It really, really,
That's
really
all
is.
I have. Thank you.
And I understand why
Mr. Lally?
the defense wanted that demonstrative. I think it's incredibly helpful. So, and redirect with Attorney Lally. Who's going to say, so all these match, though? These ones all match? I imagine.
Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as you were asked some questions on cross-examination about biological pieces or tissue or things being on the glass, and you referenced that that was done in another unit, correct?
If it was done, it would have
Yes,
been done in another unit. If it was done, it would be done in another unit.
If that type of examination was needed, that would be done in a different unit.
I'm going to allow that, but next question.
Which unit would that be conducted in?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. You need more, Mr. Lally, before you move on.
She's a lab
Now,
supervisor.
as far as
Okay. The court was like, no, move on. She should know that. He just needs to ask, do you
the
know?
chalk that you were just presenting,
Because she would know which unit
as far as
does
the
that.
4 photographs that were depicted in there, have you ever seen any of those 4 photographs before?
Well,
No.
Do you know specifically who or where any of the items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, or 7-4 were physically recovered from?
I I just have the description that's put in the LIMS system when it's submitted to the lab.
And do you know that 3-2, the drinking glass, was recovered by the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Do you know that item 3-3, the bumper glass, was recovered
Lally's
by Ms.
pissed.
Maureen Hartnett from your lab on February 1st, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know that each of the 4 items were recovered by different people on different dates at different locations?
No approach.
Yes.
Oh boy. Lally took the full Jackson approach and Jackson did not like it. He just went full Jackson Yannetti. I'm just going to keep asking the question. Objection sustained. Objection sustained. Lally's gone like full Jackson. Lally, you're the prosecutor though. Do you know this? Do you know that? The defense can do that on cross. She's not letting Lally do it. Because this witness isn't going to know that. And that's the point. And it's argumentative. And leading. Lally, it's
Ms.
not
Hanley,
cross.
from your conclusions,
I think that's the spiciest we've seen, Lally.
You found that the item 3-2, the drinking glass, was consistent with 6 different pieces from item 7-12 that were found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct.
And you also found that piece E from item 3-3, the bumper glass, was consistent with the single piece from item 7-14 that was found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also found that items from 7-18.18, the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, were consistent with the item 3-1, the taillight housing, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to form.
Now, as far as the chalk
It was
that
incomplete,
you were presented with on
the question.
cross-examination, was there anything in there about item 7-18.18 or item 3-1, either the taillight housing or the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, there was not.
Nothing further.
And we're done with cross.
Very briefly.
Redirect. Sorry,
So
we're done with
some-
redirect. Oh, Lord. Okay, we're back
Not
to...
a single piece of glass.
Jackson started talking before Lally even sat down. So we're done with redirect. We're back to recross. Okay.
No, there was not.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Very briefly. So in sum, not a single piece of glass on that bumper could be connected to that cup, correct?
There was no physical match to the pieces that I compared for physical match from the bumper. There was no physical match to the glass cup 3-2.
Thank you. So another way of saying that is not a single piece of glass that you analyzed on that bumper matched that cup, correct?
Sustained.
Asked and answered is why it was sustained.
But
The
one
point's
piece
made.
of glass that did match something
Right.
came from the same source. It was consistent with coming from the
That's
same source
argumentative.
as the single piece of glass recovered on the possession of or bagged by Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
It was consistent with item 7-14.
That's all.
All right, Ms. Hanley, you are all set. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
So many sidebars today. Oh boy. Look, when it's direct examination, you can't lead. And just plowing through the questions is not gonna help. Is not gonna help at all. They're going to sidebar. The fan is spinning. I feel like the biggest developments we've had today are what's going on with the jury and whether the fan's on or off. No, that's not true. The neurosurgeon was fascinating. The rest of this is important testimony. It's just long to get through because it's foundational. All right, the lawyers are back
No,
at
you don't like it.
sidebar.
All right, so jurors, I know you don't like it when we're in sidebar. We don't like it when we're in sidebar.
Ma'am, what did you just say? Have the jurors been complaining? It's giving the jurors complained.
All right, so jurors, I know you don't like it when we're at Sidebar. We don't like it when we're at Sidebar, but I can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule. And they've worked very hard to get us to this point where we're ahead of schedule so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off.
What? I don't even know where on my soundbar my fucking record scratch is. My brain is buffered so fast I can't. Do it. Okay. I'm gonna.
So, jurors, I know you don't like it when we're at Sidebar. We don't like it when we're at Sidebar.
We don't like it when you're at Sidebar. We all want to know. We just want to know what's tea, and the jury can't know, and we want to know too.
I can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule. And they've worked very hard to get us to this point where we're ahead of schedule so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off.
No
So
court
you
tomorrow.
have tomorrow and Friday, a good long weekend.
And Monday?
It's very, very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't say a word about this case.
Yep.
Don't let anybody say anything to you about this case.
Yep.
Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. I believe next week, except for Thursday, are full days every day. Watch your social media use this weekend as well. Have a great long weekend. We'll see you here Tuesday.
I guess they're working Monday. Well,
Court, all rise to the jury.
if they're going to be working on Memorial Day, that's confusing to me, but I won't be here. But she apparently will be. I thought she said Tuesday. I thought she said see you Tuesday. That's what I thought. I mean, it's a federal holiday. Thank you, Chad. All of you said she said see you Tuesday. That's what I thought too.
Every day. Watch your social media use this weekend as well. Have a great long weekend. We'll see you here Tuesday morning, ready to go.
Court, all rise to the jury.
So every day next week, she definitely said see you Tuesday. So full days next week. We might get to the defense's case next week. But I imagine we have an expert scheduling issue. They've had pretty infrequent delays. We had a lot of half days. Everyone in the chat who's saying see you next Tuesday, I see you. It hasn't been said once this trial yet. It hasn't been said once yet in court. Let's see if they go back on the record. Yep, back on the record.
Nope.
So, no court tomorrow, no court Friday, no court Monday. I imagine there's issues of experts flying in. The Commonwealth probably doesn't have that many witnesses left and will probably be done by Wednesday. I imagine they will be done by Wednesday. All right, they're going back on the record. Let's see what happens.
So no one needs to see me about anything. We get cleared.
Put on the record that what's been marked for as actions that interviewed evidence 205. We're in the process of printing a new one. The one that actually went into evidence is not the one that we shared with the instructions. We'll get that printed and to you. I think before we leave. I think he's printing it now.
All right, I'd like it before we leave. So before you leave. So, all right. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Court. All rise.
Oh boy. I'm going to back up. I think she said except a possible half day Thursday. I'm going to back up for scheduling and then I'm going to tell you why I think that is. So we're going to look at the court excusing them one more time because I am stunned that there's no court tomorrow. Emily, are you mad about it? No. Why? Because it makes my life a whole lot easier because my kid had a thing at school on Friday and I was like, great, it's Friday and now it's on Thursday. And I'm like, and now I don't have to worry about it. My parent life has gotten much easier Hopefully your parent life has gotten much easier, but I want to hear what she said about a possible half-day Thursday, so we're going to listen to that one more time, and we'll go from there. But they haven't had nearly as many breaks and half-days as they did last trial. It is going to happen in a trial this long that there will be some breaks and some days off. It is going to happen. The jury needs them, and the court needs to do work as well, but there's also a federal holiday. Friday to Monday also gives the defense time that they had asked for. Friday to Monday gives the Commonwealth the time that they were asking for. So we are on week 5 of evidence. Week 5 of evidence. I was wrong all last week. All last week I was like 3 and everybody's like 4. I'm like, with jury and but an extra week for the jury. And then I had to go back and count. And I was like, wait, shit. 5. We're on 5. 6 with jury selection. All right, let me see what she said one more time.
Don't let anybody say anything to you about this case.
Yeah, she's definitely mad about them she's definitely mad about them talking.
Tomorrow and Friday, a good long weekend. It's very, very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't say a word about this case.
Yeah.
Don't let anybody say anything to you about this case. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. I believe next week, except for Thursday, are full days every day. Watch your social media use this weekend as well. Have a great long weekend. We'll see you here Tuesday morning, ready to go.
Court, all rise to the jury.
We'll see you here Tuesday morning, ready to go. So at the end of day 20, the court has taken an unexpectedly long Memorial Day weekend with no court Thursday, no court Friday, no court Monday for the federal holiday. So the court said, I will see you all back here on Tuesday. No, the court did not say, I will see you next Tuesday. Emily, would that have been funnier? Yes. Will I allow it? Yes, we can. Yes. Here's what I suspect. The court said next week, except for Thursday, they will be full days. Thursday next week looks like it may be a half day. Here's what I think. This is purely what I am thinking. Tuesday, Wednesday are full days. I think we might be done with the Commonwealth's case on Thursday. And they are anticipating being done with the Commonwealth's case on Thursday, which gives them a half a day to argue the motion to dismiss that will come at the end of the Commonwealth's case, and to talk about scheduling. So I think they might be reserving that half day Thursday for argument if they are moving towards the end of the Commonwealth's case, and I think that they are. So I think Tuesday and Wednesday will be full days. That'll be sort of the end of the Commonwealth's case, and maybe a half day in the morning Thursday, and then there's time for them to take care of what they need to do in the afternoon, and then get into the defense case on Friday, which means the defense, if they're going to send the jury out over a weekend, we'll probably bring in witnesses who are not going to be maybe as consequential, or just bring in Proctor first, because it seems like the Commonwealth is not calling Proctor at this point. And so then I think we will get into a full week of the defense case after that, including Dr. Russell, ARCA, the defense experts, etc. So I think we are getting to the end of the Commonwealth's case pretty quickly, which indicates to me they're probably not going to call any other civilian witnesses, and we're going to round it out with their accident reconstructionist and maybe a few other scientific witnesses. And I think that's where we're going to be. So can the defense call Proctor? Yes, they can. Can the defense call anyone that's on the Commonwealth's witness list? Yes, they can. The defense witness list includes the Commonwealth witness list. So anyone that the Commonwealth listed, the defense can call. Anyone. Yes, they can. So we are at the end of day 20. And at the end, I saw a lot of questions. At the end of the Commonwealth's case or the prosecution's case, there will always be a motion. Different jurisdictions have slightly varied names on it, but it will be saying, look, Your Honor, the prosecution has not proved their case, and no jury could find the crimes charged here, and they argue for it. And then in almost every case I've ever seen, it gets denied, and then they move forward. So what's happening the rest of the week? Well, we're going to get life things done. We have lots of life things to do. It's May. It's very busy. I have end of the year stuff for kids. I have a kid going off to DCI. We're very life things. We're going to catch up on life things so that we don't have them bothering us next week. In the app, I will let you know how that goes with me getting my laundry putting away and packing to travel a variety of states. We will do life things. Thursday, no court. Friday, no court. Monday, no court. Tuesday, we will be back in court for a full day. Wednesday, a full day. Thursday, we'll see what happens. And at the end of the today, we saw the witness that had been recalled before lunch, witness 36, Christina Hanley, and the defense brought in a new demonstrative exhibit that is now in evidence that showed what items of evidence that this witness compared, mostly pieces of glass, came from where, and showed what was on the bumper of the SUV, what it matched to, and what it didn't match to. I think it was a very good demonstrative. It made it very clear, very easy to follow, and the defense made the point that 2 of these things matched from the bumper in 34 Fairview. Those were both picked up by Proctor, but the other things found on the bumper didn't match to any of those exhibits. So the defense has laid the groundwork to start arguing in their closing, look at what was found by who and what it matched and what it didn't. Isn't that interesting? And that is going to go to, and what else did law enforcement not follow up on? Because the defense is leaning into that Bowden defense of there were other leads here that weren't followed. And I imagine the argument will be, and gee, I wonder why. So at the end of day 20, it felt like the last couple days have been clunky. And the court said multiple times today to the jury, it is very important you do not talk to anyone. So do I think the issue came up with talking? Yes. Emily, would you be terrible on a jury? Yes. I'm sorry. You want me to sit for 5, 6, 7 hours a day, observe things, and be able to talk about it with no one? I process by talking. So if they ever called me for jury duty and got beyond the fact that I am a lawyer, it'd be like, do you have any concerns about sitting on this case? You want me to not talk? That's tough. So Kyle Kai or Kyle KY, and if so, I hope the weather has been good where you are, not even to each other. The jury cannot talk to each other about the case. Whether, yes. What they're doing over Memorial Day, yes. If anyone's graduating, Coke versus Pepsi. But not about the case, not about the lawyers, not about the evidence, not about the judge. They cannot talk about the case. And sometimes jurors talk about the case and they don't know they're talking about the case. We gave that example earlier today while we were waiting to see what was going to happen with the jury. Today was a very interesting day in court. I think we learned a lot about what's going on with this jury. And we heard the court say to the jury at the end of the day, we know you don't like it when we're at sidebar. I wonder how that has come up. But I would imagine a juror or jurors mention something to a bailiff. I hate it when people are at sidebar too. If any of you have ever sat in court or sat on a jury and everybody's over at sidebar talking and they put the white out noise there, it feels like you're not being told something. So I can absolutely appreciate why the jury is like, what are you all doing over there? What are you doing? And why are you doing it? Why can't we know? Aren't we the jury? Aren't you supposed to be telling us things? I want to know. So I get it. I get it. The jurors would be frustrated by that. Some courts, when they need to work on something, tell the jurors, we need to work on something in court. We're going to have you go back to the jury room. Sometimes they have them sit there. I don't know what is preferred, but it's hard when you feel like everyone's talking and you don't get to know what they're talking about. Like, I get it. And there are a lot of sidebars. I wonder how much they can see the lawyers' faces during sidebars. But some courts, you see the jurors excused and they handle it all in a chunk. I wonder if it's easier for them because they can go just sit out of the view of everyone for a minute. But also some jurors get annoyed with having to walk back and forth to the jury room all the time. Is there a good answer? I don't know if there's a good answer. There are things that have to be argued outside the presence of the jury. It's just going to happen. And it's natural to feel like, well, I want to know. I want to know too. I want to know too. So it's been a whole day. I'm going to answer some questions. I think we summarized. I think we were done summarizing. And I saw Justin said in the chat, I was a juror. I like the jury room. They have snacks there. They do. And in most jurisdictions, the judges stock those with snacks. There's snacks. There's a bathroom. It's a little more relaxed than sitting in court. And there's a lot of eyes on the jury in court. It would be a lot to get called into jury duty in the community where you live in a high profile case and have a courtroom full of people staring at you all day long. And then the media is there with laptops and phones. So, yeah, it'd be hard to have everybody looking at you all day long. It would. Let's see. I saw a couple questions I was trying to grab. Emily, how many days did the prosecution go last time? Stacy, I don't know. I would have to pull up my notes and take a look. They've estimated 23 days this trial. So they've estimated 23 days this trial, though you could probably look at my YouTube channel and see what we titled them by days and see what those days are when we got into the defense case. But I don't know off the top of my head. They originally said the Commonwealth went 84 years last time. That's a completely fair estimate of time. That's a completely fair estimate of time. It was a long time. It was a long time. So let's get to some questions. It's time. I really hope that we're done before July. It went into July last trial, like the entirety of June, the entirety of May. I'm really hoping we're done early June. We'll see. I've got some travel coming up. We're going to sort it out, but it's a lot. It is a lot. Let's get to some questions, shall we? What will we do for Do it. Just do it. Just the judge today.
Respect my authority!
Emily, I just feel like the judge is like, please stop talking. Just don't talk. Is a sidebar ever spicy? I'm like so curious. I mean, I had a friend that was a prosecutor in a case where the defense attorney threatened to punch him when they were arguing over an issue at sidebar. I would say yes. Sidebars can get spicy. And I was like, nah. And then I saw the transcript and I was like, oh shit. You pulled the transcript. Look at yes. Sidebars can get spicy. Sidebars can get spicy. And we read some of the sidebars in Depp Heard, and they got spicy. They got spicy. Let's see. Anthony said, just because someone is a woman, Emily, you don't have to make excuses for the witness. I thought this witness was great. I thought the chat was being too hard on them. I also think that scientific experts have a expected pattern of testimony, and that this scientific expert followed that pattern of testimony, and that there was a misunderstanding of what that looks like in testimony. This scientific witness, like other scientific witnesses, had a consistent pattern of testimony. But I also said that for, all of the other scientific witnesses, regardless of gender, because it's like, why can't they just answer? And so every day we've had scientific witnesses. I've paused at least a few times a day to say, why can't they just answer? And I have said, they are a scientific witness and they are not going to just say yes or no. And I have said that with every scientific witness, because they are not going to just answer yes or no. They are scientific witnesses, so that it is always going to be yes and there is always going to be an explanation. So when there is confusion about the scientific witnesses, I am going to pause. But that's okay. You don't have to be here. Emily, you're sassy today. We're 20 days into trial. Yeah, we are. We're 20 days into trial. And every single time there's a scientific witness, there is conversation about, oh my God, why don't they just answer? They're scientific witnesses. That's what they're going to do. I have never seen a scientific witness not do that. You know what I've never seen a female witness do in court? Lie about their degree. I mean, I've never seen another male witness do that either. I've never seen any witness do that. That was fucking wild. That was fucking wild. Never seen that before. Ever. Like ever. Scientific experts have a pattern that is expected, anticipated, and consistent. Anthony asked, if you were the prosecutor, would you call Proctor? I have a really hard time putting myself in the shoes of the prosecutors in this case. I have a really, really, really hard time with it. So I've tried to balance, what do I think is worse for the prosecution? And do I think they care? I think it is a bad look if they don't, but it is a bad witness if they do. So given the pattern of this, I don't think that they will, and I think that the defense will. And oh boy, is that going to be interesting. Oh boy, is that going to be interesting. But I think it's bad. I think it's a bad look if they don't. And I think that the defense is poking that bear. Proctor, former Proctor, Proctor touched this, Proctor touched that, Proctor did this, former Trooper Proctor. You mean former Trooper Proctor? I mean, when former Trooper Proctor was there. Poke, 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 poke. Poke, poke, poke. And they're going to keep mentioning Proctor, and it will be glaring when the government rests and doesn't call Proctor. But at this point, I don't think they're gonna. We only have a few days left. We'll see where we get next week. But I don't think they're gonna, like, at all. So it's wild. I think the defense might call Proctor because I think the defense wants to get into the text messages. Mashed Potato Goblin said, do you think the judge will dismiss? No. No. And I think we'll get into the accident reconstructionist and we'll talk about it. I think the defense will call Proctor. Can Proctor deny coming to the stand? Okay, I'm going to give you the real answer, and then I'm going to give you the, but wouldn't it be funny if? The real answer is, I mean, not really. Proctor would be subpoenaed, and a subpoena is a court order, and they would be required to come to court. But if somebody were to ignore a subpoena, what would the next steps be? Well, you would get a body attachment warrant and send law enforcement out to arrest them and then bring them into court. So do I think Proctor would say no to coming to court? No. But would it be funny? Yes. Yes, it would be funny if they issued a body attachment for the fired former trooper. That would be the funniest result. Is that going to happen? No, it's not. I mean, in theory, could it? I mean, maybe. It's not going to, but it could. A lot of you have asked, will Trooper Proctor take the fifth? Well, I don't think, unless there's shit we don't know, always a possibility. There's probably a lot of shit that we don't know. You have to be in jeopardy of criminal prosecution. Proctor has already had work consequences. Proctor testified last trial. There would have to be questions that could open Proctor up for criminal consequence. So if there was a question that said, and this is a hypothetical, if there was a question that said, did you witness commit crime? Obstruction of justice, planting evidence, whatever it might be. did you do X? They might be able to plead the fifth to that specific question. Perhaps, depending on what the question is. Though the Commonwealth, in theory, and we're getting well into hypotheticals, the Commonwealth, in theory, could grant immunity or use immunity for testimony. So it becomes a complex issue very, very quickly, but it would go question by question. You can't just blanket plead the fifth. It would not be done in front of the jury. So it wouldn't be like a dramatic moment in front of the jury. It would be done with their attorney in court. But can Proctor plead the fifth to everything? No. Like, Trooper Proctor, did you text this? The texts are horrific. They're not criminal, though. As we heard Buchanan say on the stand, Buchanan's like, those are unprofessional and regrettable. But he has a First Amendment right, which, true, you're not going to be prosecuted for that or those text messages. They're not criminal. You can be fired for them. And he was, in part, fired for them. But no, you can't plead the fifth for that. And he already testified quite a lot. Like, quite a lot. So I don't think there would be much for him to plead the fifth to. If there is something we don't know, it would happen outside the presence of the jury. So it wouldn't be a big, like, in front of the jury. It wouldn't be a television moment of, and you planted the evidence, didn't you? I plead the fifth. Bailiff. No, that's not going to happen. I know. If we get to write it ourselves, do we just get there? But that's not going to happen. So I know chat's like, let us dream. It's not going to happen. It's not going to be, it's not going to happen. It's not. It's the fanfic version of trial. Oh God. What would the Proctor fanfic be? Oh, Emily, don't get started. Don't get started. Yikes. Oh, there probably already is. I don't look. I don't go look. I just don't go look. Catherine Clark said, did Jem McCabe reveal she asked to delete text this trial? I don't think it came up. I don't think it came up at all. To the best of my memory, because even the witness who downloaded things wasn't asked about it. And that's where I remember it coming up last time. The trooper that did the extraction didn't ask about it at all. So I don't think it came up. Ice Baby, good to see you in the chat, said he could say, I don't recall, right? Because people seem to do that all the time. He could say, I don't recall. Or could you show me a transcript? Did I say that? I mean, he could. I don't know how. They would just keep handing him transcripts and be like, you said this. Can the defense lead if they call Michael Proctor not without permission from the court? How that process happens in Massachusetts is probably different than how it happens in other jurisdictions or in California. But there's normally a process to then declare the witness as opposing so you can lead. Could that happen? Yeah, it absolutely could. Tony, that's incredibly sweet. Thank you. Literally today, we were just talking about going and picking up rolls of quarters. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's incredibly kind. Is there any reason the defense would not call Proctor? I don't know. I don't see a downside for the defense in calling Proctor. Hey, T. I don't see a downside for the defense in calling Proctor. He was coming in to check if I was done streaming. Because no matter what happens with Proctor, it's kind of all good for the defense. I don't know what Proctor could say that would be damaging to the defense. Like, what could Proctor possibly say that would make the jury sit there and go, yeah, I believe you. I don't know from his last testimony what would be damaging, because the testimony would be like, I collected this. This investigation was done with honor and integrity. But they're going to get into the fact that he was fired because of this investigation. So I don't really know what Proctor could do that's going to be detrimental. So I think the only reason the defense would choose not to call proctor is strategy. And the strategy might be, what is the Commonwealth hiding from you? But I don't know, man. I just don't see the defense not calling proctor. I can see them not calling Higgins. I can see them not calling any of the Alberts. I can't see Jackson particularly saying, yeah, no, I don't want to crack at that again. I can't see Jackson saying, I don't want to do that again. I just can't. So I can see Jackson saying, let's do it. But if they think that the jury's answer for why they don't see proctor is worse than what the reality is, maybe. But you don't want the jury to just assume that like former trooper proctor is like passed away in a car accident or something. Because if the jury's like, oh, maybe he's a former trooper because he's no longer with us, like that would be not a helpful way to fill in the gaps if those gaps are left. I don't know. So, Boston in the chat said, we are having a nor'easter tomorrow. No one wants to be out in it. That is a very fair point. We've had all the spicy weather here. If that spicy weather is getting your way, it absolutely makes sense that if severe weather is an issue and it was a half day anyway, that they would just be done. Court's done. Court ended early today and they're not in session tomorrow, but weather makes a lot of sense for not having the jurors at the courthouse. Weather makes a lot of sense. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. I think the Commonwealth will rest and keep Welcher for rebuttal. I don't know if the Commonwealth can rest without their accident reconstructionist. I think they have to have their accident reconstructionist in before they rest. So Teresa said, so the court said, see you next Tuesday. I mean, in my brain, yes. In my brain, yes. Miss Scarlett said, where's your safe space for spicy weather? Yes, we have a fine safe space for spicy weather. I'm glad that the hail and my windows and roof seem to work well together. So, is the Commonwealth going to rest? I think the middle of next week we will see the Commonwealth rest, but trials are unpredictable. You never know when there might be a curveball. Like you never know. But I just don't see the Commonwealth calling him at this point. They need at least a day, if not more, to get into their accident reconstructionist. Like at least. But I think Jackson wants to read all those texts again. They don't know about any of the text. And the defense is arguing from their opening, no collision. They're arguing that the natural investigative leads weren't followed. And if they want to argue why, and that's because of the conclusions Proctor came to early in the investigation, it helps to call Proctor. I'm surprised we haven't heard anyone from the hospital at all. Like there's a lot of things we have not heard. So it's been a lot. So RK said Mona Lisa vetoes scientific witness. It's a trick question. No one can answer that question. It's fair. Scientific witnesses are careful. Jacqueline said, question, how is all of the evidence allowed to come in without evidence logs, proper chain of custody? I'm still baffled by all of that. Did the court make a ruling or something? I did not see the rulings prior to the first trial. However, a lot of that goes to the weight of the evidence, not the admissibility of the evidence. And so you have the witness that says, I collected this, I put it in this envelope, and here it is. The fact that it was not logged in between goes to the weight of the evidence and whether or not the jury should say there's an issue with that evidence. But it doesn't go to the admissibility because they know where it came from. You have the witness that said, I got this from here. You know what was done with it, and then it's back in court. So I don't think it was all logged properly. And the jury can say, well, we don't even know what the fuck happened with that. Anybody could have had access to it. We don't know. And that leaves room for the defense to argue. But the evidence logs and chain of custody might not be a big deal for the jury. They might be like, okay, you picked it up there, you put it in an envelope, you taped it. Okay. That's how they do it on TV. I don't know what the big deal is. And that is not surprising to have jurors just be like, it's fine. Like, why not? So you'd be surprised at what jurors are bothered and or not bothered by. I keep asking Nightbot why Nightbot works during the day. Nightbot works in mysterious ways. Nightbot will only answer you if you write in all caps, and then it will only be to tell you no all caps. Kat in Virginia said the judge says, why not both? The judge did say, why not both? Because the witness was like, I can only refer to these by number. And Jackson is like, my brain is melting. Can we refer to them by thing? And the court said, can you just do both? And yes, that makes sense. Valkyrie's message said, Emily, was the tail light housing removed before the glass was found on the bumper? No. The taillight housing was removed after the rest of the vehicle was processed based on the testimony from the scientific witness. So, no. I saw a lot of you saying, she keeps saying they're ahead of schedule. That's what the court keeps saying. That's what the court keeps saying. And that would be based on the lawyers saying, this is how much I have left. Of all things, Brennan does seem to have a pretty good, I love that, Trav. I'm going to have to take a picture later. Brennan does seem to have a pretty good grasp on how much time the witnesses will take. So he's been pretty good at apportioning time. Liz Bird said, just hit the dopamine. That got my attention. I mean, it's been a whole day. It's been a whole day. Let's see. Big Murph said, it bothers me in the last trial and in this one, everyone testifies that they see no tire marks on the lawn, but all the taillight pieces were found all over the lawn where John's body was 20 feet away. And I don't know how many feet John's body was from the curb line because I don't think anybody really measured very well. I have no idea. I am still not clear on how close or not close to the street John O'Keefe was when first responders got there. It is still not clear to me. Yeah, it's still not clear to me. So let's see. Do you think the prosecution pushed Dr. Welcher and Aperture to later to allow the jury to forget about Burgess? No, they had always planned on having Welcher at the end. I think they plan on Welcher being their last witness. So I think that was probably always the plan. And I don't think that Brennan would shift his plan. I don't know if Brennan sees a problem. And in the comment section, there's times I see people who are like, it's LinkedIn, who cares? There are plenty of people that do not have a problem with Burgess's testimony. So Brennan gets to determine how big of a problem it might be for the jury based on how they're reacting in court and how he reads it. So he might not think it's a big deal at all. He might think it's like, the defense doesn't like his evidence. It's bad for them. So they're just picking on him. If Brennan is reading it that way, like they're making this big deal over a thing you don't even need, then Brennan's not bothered by it at all. I'm bothered by it. I think a lot of people are bothered by it, but that doesn't mean everyone's bothered by it. And I think the Commonwealth effectively used his timing and then the clips from Karen Reed that also support that same timing. And the jury might see it the same way with like, okay, well, there's that voicemail. Now we all know what that voicemail is. There's the 3-point turn. Now we all agree on what the 3-point turn was. So there might be things that the jury takes and things that they leave. They can take it all. They can leave it all. They can take parts. They can leave parts. They get to do whatever they want. And they might. And if they think the defense, and a lot of jurors come in and they are looking for whether the defense is trying to pull something over on them. If jurors are like, you're hammering on this an awful lot, I wonder why, they might not see it the same way that I do. I've worked in court a long time. It's one of the wildest things I've ever seen. These jurors haven't. They might be like, okay, big deal. Or they might be like, what the fuck? You just don't know. Let's see. Are there any witnesses that one side has to call? The Lauren, they need the witnesses to prove their case. So, well, for the prosecution. The defense can choose not to call any witnesses if they don't want to, and it happens quite frequently that the defense calls no witnesses. But for the prosecution, in a homicide, you have to have a coroner. You have to explain how it happened. But you need the witnesses to establish that something happened that the defendant did the thing, that it was done in the jurisdiction that you are trying it in, and generally what the thing is. Sometimes that might be 2 witnesses. Sometimes it might be more. So trials can be a day and a half with jury selection. It just depends. Not all trials are like this. The normal day in and day out of trial practice can be very much faster. If you're looking at like a narcotic case, you would need the lab to also prove that the thing is a thing that is a narcotic. If you are in a homicide case, then you need a coroner or a coroner supervisor to talk about the autopsy and how someone died. So in some cases, there are necessary witnesses, but it doesn't have to be that many. It can be 2 eyewitnesses that saw a thing happen and said, I saw this thing happened. And then you can have cases with the people who saw the thing happened, and likely if the defendant was arrested, an officer that arrested the defendant is like, that's the person I arrested. This is much more complex. The simpler the cases to explain, the less witnesses you need. And jurors generally get it. The harder a case is to explain, probably the more witnesses that you need. Let's see. Okay, but have you seen the EDB covers the Proctor fanfic What? No. I'm just ignoring that that's real. That's not a thing. Melanie says, looking back at trial 1, prosecution either went 26 or 27 days. Hard to tell with all the voir dires. That's fair because there were several voir dires. Going faster this time. It has gone much faster this time, and they've added some witnesses and taken away quite a few witnesses. Just taken away quite a few witnesses. C. Lynn Adams said, remember when Mark Furman pled the 5th? Yep. Yep. Ashley asked if Proctor isn't called, is there another way to get his awful text into evidence? The defense can call him. But no, the rest of the text, only the text that came in with Buchanan would be in evidence. The rest of them wouldn't come in. And I haven't really thought about whether there's another witness that could bring those texts in, because it would be Buchanan or maybe Tully, if Tully was on the text thread, because he was also a supervisor. But maybe Tully. But if you're going to call Tully, I think you would just call Proctor. Carrie said the jury was only qualified for 6 weeks, which is a week away. What happens if the Commonwealth takes that whole time? Then the jury's going to be real bummed, but the defense can take the time that they need. The court's not going to tell the defense that they have to hurry up their case, because the prosecution and the defense, and I think she said 6 to 8, but the prosecution gave like a 23-day estimate. The defense gave like a 14-day estimate, maybe a little less. So the defense is going to get the time that they need, and the court can't rush them and tell them not to bring in their witnesses. The only time a court can cut off witnesses if it's bringing in substantially duplicative witnesses, and that's just not going to be the case here. So that's just not going to be the case. Sarah Sullivan asked in the chat, did the Aruba ruling happen? I haven't seen it on the docket, and they haven't addressed it in court, so I haven't seen it. Let's see. Amelia said, birthday Sunday. Give me attention and wish me a good one. Amelia, happy birthday on Sunday. I'm sure the chat already said hi. Casey Cat said, if I was on the jury, and I have been, I would want them to keep going and get the trial over with. That is not an uncommon sentiment. That the jurors are like, why are we taking a break? Why can't we just finish this? James Carson said, in 5 years, EDB has not read one of my super chats. James, I'm sorry, but has read many of my regular chats. Have faith. Apologies. It is really just the luck of ADHD as we get through chats, and I try to balance getting to super chats and non-super chats and all of the things. Let's see. Selby, you are not the only one. By far, I've seen lots of comments like this. I strongly believe they thought Karen Reed would just roll over and none of this would come out like this. Otherwise, how do you explain? I don't know how you explain. I don't know how you explain this investigation. I don't know. It's wild. The other Dr. B, good to see you, said, took your word and got the Neurospicy hoodie. The EX Neurospicy hoodie. It fit perfectly, is my all-time favorite. They are oversized. They're meant to be oversized. They're really cozy. And I downsized a couple sizes in those two. Well, that's not true. Emily, you have one in each size. Thanks for helping me make the move from Georgia to Florida more bearable. Moving is always hard, but as long as you have a video to pop on for literally the entire day while we just chat, it's all good. I saw a couple of you just coming into the chat saying, what's going on? Court's done for the day. No court tomorrow. No court Friday. No court Monday. We got like a 5-day weekend. Fairstream says, question, is Pepsi okay? Answer, is Monopoly money okay? We did have that conversation earlier. Shelby's Chick says, love your perspectives. My family loves that I've learned so much about neurodivergent spicy brains. They call me the boring normie. Sometimes it's really hard to describe how your own brain works. Sometimes if you do not have a lot of context around that. And as I've gotten older and had more conversations and more open conversations with people, I've learned a lot. And it is hard to explain when somebody's brain doesn't work that way. It's hard to explain. Like, it's hard sometimes to explain how our brains work. I don't know how to say that any better. Like, Dr. B is like, I can see everything in my head 3-dimensionally. So I can like build a model of whatever I'm working on and like see it from all the different angles. And if I look at an x-ray of a tooth in my mind, I can visualize what that would look like 360. And I'm like, left. Because I have complete aphantasia and I have no visual imaging at all in my brain. So when Dr. B is trying to explain something, I'm like, can you show me a picture? Like, I know you're talking about a thing, but can you show me a picture? Or can you explain it in more detail? Because I cannot visualize it. I need you to hear it. So it is hard explaining how it works without talking it through. And it blows people away. They're like, people who see nothing in their brain, like literally hear things, see nothing. Or like, what do you mean people literally see like movies and pictures and stuff? Yes. Yes. And people who can see images or movies or whatever in their brain are like, what do you mean that you like nothing? Right. Like nothing, like nothing, like nothing. So it is wild to have those conversations because brains work differently. I didn't know that time blindness was the name of the thing until I was having a conversation about it with Warren. And Warren's like, no, time blindness. I'm like, there's a word for it? What? What do you mean there's a word for it? I had no idea. Dr. B can feel time passing. We're in the car. He's like, yeah, we've been in the car about 10 minutes. How do you know that? He's like, because we've been in the car like 10 minutes. But how do you know that? He's like, because it's been about 10 minutes. But how do you know that? He's like, how do you not? Because I have no concept of time passing. Emily, how long does it take you to get ready in the morning? I don't know. How much time do I have? It's like a goldfish. It'll change to the size of its tank. I have 5 minutes and it's going to take me 5 minutes and I'm going to set 3 timers and it's going to take me at least 20, but it's going to feel like 5 because I have no idea what 5 minutes feels like because I have no concept of time. How long did you work on this thing? I don't know. Emily, you went into a law job that had no billable work. Correct. A lot of you have been asking, Emily, do you see pictures when you dream? No. Sounds, not pictures. I don't know if that's true for everybody. That's true for me. Brains are fascinating. However, my ability to take in quite a lot of different information and distill it is like a 10 out of 10. I think the pictures would just get in the way. It would just be like, we need to just process all the information, but we need to process it from auditory. Kelly H said, can you visualize the beach? No, I can't. I know. So it's just a whole different things. Auditory. Like conversations. Which is why song lyrics get stuck in my head all the time. Yinzer said, Emily, is it pop or soda? For me, it's always soda. So I always call it soda, but also I think pop can be a little bit more Midwest, but it's fair. I'm Cora, not Chloe said in Alabama, every soda is called Coca-Cola. This is a problem I run into on occasion. with the snack bar is there are times people will say, can I get a Coke? And they mean a Dr. Pepper, and I cannot distinguish between the two. I'm like, what kind? And sometimes they're like, just a regular one? And sometimes they're like, oh, like a cherry Dr. Pepper or whatever. And I'm like, mm-hmm. Angela said, Emily, oh my God, the Costco thing just happened to me. I'm still in the Costco. Right. Mm-hmm. It happens. Deb said, boss moved my desk to outside or conference room. What productivity? I had a boss move my desk out of an office because we were having too much fun. I was so mad. He's like, you're the most senior one. I'm like, don't move my desk. I don't want to move. He's like, you're getting the office by yourself. I'm like, I don't want the office by myself. Stop yelling at your coworker to not listen to EDM. I'm like, the other two of us want to listen to Dave Matthews. He doesn't get to listen to EDM. He can put in headphones. We want to listen to Dave. I don't want my own office. I want to be with all of the people. Slayer said, wait, other people don't see pictures in their brain too? I know. And there's a name for it and everything. Aphantasia. Not like the Disney production Fantasia. Google it. They'll show you pictures of apples. 0. It's a great conversation to have. Just asking folks like, and Dr. B does it at school because he teaches. Dr. B does it at school and he's like, how does this information make the most sense to you? Do you want to talk about it? Do you want to draw it out? Do you need to do it physically? Like what helps? And in dentistry, like do it physically is a big thing. And the more I think we normalize talking to people about how their brains work and understanding how their brains work, instead of saying, this is how you learn, I think we're all going to be better off because so many people learn in all different ways. So, and the more we ask, the better it is. And I see teachers just doing that excellently. I think there's just a lot that was not known. And the more we learn, the better we do, right? It literally, the more you know. Where is it? We're just going to literally. I forgot I was looped. Literally, the more you know. So it's great. Ashley, thank you so much. Ashley said, shout out to your son for making calves, no small feat. From her color guard friend here, excuse me, but I only made it halfway through my DCI summer before breaking my foot and being out for the count. It is a huge thing. They've had like multiple meetings of the foot doctor or with the foot doctor. They have a dedicated foot doctor. So they have had multiple meetings with the foot doctor. We have heard so much about the feats, but yes, it is a whole thing. And we'll just see how it goes. I'm excited. Hannah said, can you draw things without seeing? Can you draw a thing without seeing it in your brain? No. Nope. I cannot. I need a picture. And even then I can't replicate well. I do not draw well. I can describe things from a picture, but nope. Which is really hard for our merch team because they're like this or this. And I'm like, so I'm going to need a picture. Please. I'm going to need you to show me different options because I don't know. And they're great. And are like, yes, Emily will actually need to see it all the time. So Brian said, the people with aphantasia are fine. The ones that claim to have no inner monologue, they are suspicious. The no inner monologue is also wild to me. It's like, what's it like if you don't have like a narrator in your brain? I don't know. I don't know. Oceana said my husband can't visualize pictures either. And it's one of those things when I was talking to one of my friends about it. I think I was talking to Judge Abby about it. And she's like, wait, what? And I'm like, it's not something that just comes up in conversation. I don't know. Like there's times my coach would be like, can you visualize this? I'm like, can you draw it on the board? Or like, am I just supposed to figure it out? Like, how are we all just, we're all just guessing, right? Like everybody else is just guessing. And they're like, no, I visualized. I'm like, so you're all just guessing, right? They're not actually. They're not just guessing. They're not. I'm like, I just need you to talk it through it. So it is wild. Let's see. Sammy said, discovered my husband has it because of EDB. There we go. Look, the more we talk about things, the better it gets, I think, which is hard. We're more connected than ever. And sometimes it's harder to chat than ever. So Lorraine, thank you for the snack bunny. I appreciate it. He will appreciate it. Michael Pepper-Tep said, I wonder how many people have heard the phrase, the simplest explanation is usually the most likely explanation, and will take the fact that the Commonwealth has to explain so much as a bad thing. Look, if you have to spell it out to me and I still don't understand how it happened, it's not good, because that leaves a lot of option for doubt. You have to be able to explain the case. There are cases that aren't simple. I liked tech cases. They're not simple, but the core of it, you should be able to simplify. Hey, this person was money laundering, and they were stealing money and they were moving it through a bunch of different places so you couldn't trace it. And we're going to show you how it went from here, and then it went to here and what they were doing. It's complicated, the steps of tracing it, but you can still follow it. I think. So, and there are a number of you in the chat saying, wait, people don't have an inner monologue? Yes, there's a percentage of the population that has no inner monologue. Who knew? I know. I'm like, I don't know what I would do if my brain wasn't talking to me all day. No idea. Don't know what that's like. It's awful. ADHD, it's just it does all the things all the time. It's like, what are we doing? What are the cats doing? There was a question I wanted to grab and I only saw a part of it. And then it just, where did it go? I don't know. It was about DCI and I totally lost it. The Craft Witch Rachel. If DCI is hosted at a college, most places don't have quarters for laundry anymore. It's attached to their ID card. Thank you. I appreciate it. They are hosted at the beginning at a college and then they go do laundry. So we were told to have both. So it's first year, so I'm just following the list, but thank you. And it makes so much sense that it would be literally like Apple Pay. Because shouldn't it be? The amount of laundry that I had to go find on the floor of the laundry room in my dorm, because I would be like, shit, did I put laundry in yesterday? Miserable. Just miserable. So let's see. Lola the good dog, thank you for letting me know. I will look. Not everyone has a narrator in their brain. Luna drops, I know. Do you think this wolf is brain daddy? I don't know if, I feel like this wolf might yell at me if I got too sassy. So I was going to leave Dr. Wolf alone. Yes, sir, doctor. Like, yes, doctor. I'm not playing with Dr. Wolf. Dr. Wolf might be cappuccino daddy though. And we don't want to mess with that. What's Fred and George going to do while Travis is gone? They are not going to be the only ones that are bummed that Travis is gone. But yes, the cats, I don't know what George is going to do. George is going to be sad. So George is not going to be thrilled. About laundry, call his school. They may use a prepaid card. We have so much information. There has been plenty of communication, but thank you. Yes, we've got all the breakdowns on how that's going to work. We do need some quarters. We are going to get some. So, Law Nerds, I'm going to get to a few more questions. And then it's just a personal preference. Question. What are the judges' clerks doing during trial? It depends on the judge. Sometimes the judges have their clerks on the bench with them and they were working on the trial. Sometimes they are researching other things and handling other matters. It really just depends. And it depends on if they are the in-court clerk who is doing other organizational work, if they are working as a research attorney, if they are a judicial clerk doing other docketed items. It really, really, really just depends. But the traditional like court clerk in my jurisdictions, log evidence in addition to keeping the calendar running, making sure other things are getting docketed because there's other matters that are on calendar and handling those and things like that. So that is part of it, but it's really, really, really going to depend on the jurisdiction. EKG said, my 16-year-old daughter's band is working on 80s music. I overheard them talking about Footloose. I just kept hearing, wait, what? Dancing laws. I know. I can imagine that it's especially kids who grew up so much with the internet that some of the restrictions are just break their brains. They're like, I don't even understand. Like, I don't even understand how that happens. So let's see. Bonnie, yes, there is definitely vernacular that has been discussed in the chat about the package stores. Michelle, EDB, what shade of lipstick are you wearing today? I don't know. I was wearing this earlier, which is the Colfi that I love. This one's First Sorry. I also have the Fig. And then I kept putting on the Givenchy. This is a shearer. I should probably link it. I will try to link it down below. It is the Balm. It is like a berry cherry situation. Emily, is it a cherry balm? I'll see myself out. That's the end of the day. That's the end of the day. Kit Kat K said, I had no idea Footloose was based on a true story. Yeah. Yeah, today is a lot. Danny said, been in court today with my daughter. She's getting divorced. From watching you, I could understand it all. Thank you, Professor Emily Baker. Danny, I'm so excited. Court feels scary and overwhelming and sometimes unwelcoming, and it has its own different language, and there's rules. You're supposed to know what to do. And it's hard. And if that can be a more comfortable process in however you have to engage in court in your real life, because I've helped in any way break it down to make it a bit more comfortable and accessible, I am glad. The courts are meant for the people. And it shouldn't feel so hard to engage with, but it does. And I don't want court to feel that hard to engage with. And that is one of the goals here, covering live trials. Lawyers are human too. And so are reporters, blaring music in court. I mean, everyone involved in the court system is human. And remembering that everyone involved is human and watching it play out and how it plays out and how jurors make decisions is important. It's a complicated system. And it's really hard if we only talk about it in high school to even wrap your mind around it without being able to experience it. And even in high school, you don't always experience it in this way. You talk about it sometimes you go and see a day of court, but seeing a court case go from, and in some of them, like the Corey Richins case or the Murdaugh case, from arrest to pretrial motions to trial to verdict or not to verdict to appeal, and going through all of it indicates how much to the process there is, how many steps there are, and how frustrating and sometimes slow it can be. It is a methodical, sometimes slogging process. Though chat did say, are we sure Alessi is human? He is superhuman, but probably still human. I mean, he named his cooler the Yaneti for his cooler, and I think it's hilarious. So, or something along those lines with the Yeti cooler, the Yaneti cooler. But I think it's hilarious. But yes, he's definitely human. Let's see. I've learned a lot here and won my civil law case. Phoenix, congratulations. That's very exciting. And law can be a lot. It can be a lot. Hazen said back in the day you couldn't buy Coors beer east of the Mississippi River. Was it bootlegged past the river? You know it. I had no idea that you couldn't get Coors. I had no idea. See, we learned all the things today. We had some good testimony. We had some testimony that's going to be used later. We had some good exhibits. We had a very interesting doctor, and we had a whole lot going on. Be our guest, Jess said, my husband is a cardiothoracic surgeon and he isn't making me coffee. I am making it for him. I need to talk to him about this. I imagine that the brain surgeon makes coffee with such precision that it is probably the best. And yes, I get it. I absolutely get it. Law nerds, it has been great seeing you. It has been a long and wild day, and yet somehow a shorter stream day than other days. Like, it's a wild day. It's a wild day, but I'm going to let Team Baker work on the case brief. I will keep you in the loop in the Law Nerd app. I'm going to take a look at timing and see what we can do about a members only live. So I will keep all of you posted. in the members' spaces because I've got to take a look at kiddos' school schedule and we'll go from there. So Law Nerds, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. You guys are the best. Have a good 5-day weekend. 5-day weekend. 5-day weekend. 5-day weekend. Get some shit done. Get productive, Law Nerds. Because when we come back to court on Tuesday, I'm going to say, let me know what you got done. I want to hear all about it. I need to go pick up the things that have been waiting for me at Home Depot for the birds for like 4 days. I need to go do that today. And then we need to plan some things. So, Law Nerd, I get to say see you next Tuesday. Because I will see you in court on Tuesday. Get the Law Nerd app. Thank you for being here. I'll see you soon. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court and, of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Law Nerd app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Law Nerd.